Ready?
Okay, it is 8 o'clock, we'll call the meeting to order, we can stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good timing, John.
Good morning, Josh. Okay, anything for public discussion? Seeing none, need a motion to approve the agenda and minutes. Motion by Garmin, second by Stecker. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Finish signing this. There you go. Okay, next up we have claims, conservation claims and drainage claims. If everyone's had a chance to look at it, I'll take a motion anytime. Okay, a motion by Stecker to approve the claims. Second by Garmin. Discussion on the claims. Hearing none, all in favor of approving, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next we have a budget status report. Any questions for Tammy on that?
Morning.
I have one question. So
Okay.
the fair board, I looked at that and there's 5,000 still.
That's the free gate.
Yeah, did they not ask for that?
I don't think they have asked for that yet.
Okay.
I'll ask I'll check with
Okay.
Melissa on the free gate.
Okay.
Oh, cause they got the repairs and
They got the repairs
and
and
the
the drains.
50, yep,
Yeah.
yep,
There's still 5,000 left and I thought, well, that's kinda odd.
okay.
I will check on that.
Okay,
Thank you.
any other questions?
Good morning.
If not, we'll let the record reflect that we have acknowledged that report. And then we have quarterly reports for the auditor, recorder, sheriff, and veterans affairs. Everyone's seen them, any questions on them? Otherwise, we can take a motion to approve the quarterly reports. Motion by Stecker, second by Haas. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next up, we have discussion, decision, clarification, and answers regarding longevity for employees.
Here's these to
Oh,
sign.
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So I put together the list of questions, that I've received, that you guys have received. I did ask department heads at the department head meeting on Thursday for any further questions. I did not receive any, so it looks like there's 4 main questions that we need to answer. And then once you make those decisions, then that will be reflected in the policy as well.
Okay,
So,
so what is question number 1?
question number 1 is, does longevity apply to employees covered under a bargaining agreement?
To employees covered under a bargaining agreement, so the sheriff's department at the moment. Okay,
Just curious, because there is a bargaining agreement, can something in the bargaining agreement be included in our policy? Or does it just have to be reflected in their bargaining agreement?
I think it has to be in their bargaining
Yeah.
agreement.
cause I know when the road department was on the bargaining unit, anytime that we wanted to make a change that affected them, had to go in and change their bargaining unit.
And we have talked to Renee about other issues with their bargaining agreement, and she had told Roger in the past that they needed to talk to their union about getting it added as well as approved by the Board of Supervisors if it was gonna be a new change, so.
Did the deputies receive longevity before their bargaining unit, or no?
They mostly always had one, I guess,
And
but,
jailers? Well, jailers, yeah,
Jailers
yeah,
do.
definitely, yeah.
They had it before and they had it without the bargaining.
yes, they did,
Okay.
because there's some that do have it.
Jailers still do
But
now.
The biggest, well, even deputies, but
Oh,
the
okay.
biggest change would have been the rate and the time.
Oh,
of that,
sure,
so
okay.
all of that would have changed, but that wouldn't be effective until their agreement's updated.
So currently they would
They'd be getting.
still be getting a
5 cents
nickel
a
every 5 years, okay.
Currently, there's only one deputy that does, cause the rest are new enough.
Sure.
But a second one will come on in April with the 5 years, and then July 1st, when it's every year, then of course,
Yeah.
if you approve this, then they will.
And, has there been any conversation with Renee, and then to find out, can this be implemented prior to July 1st? And can it happen that quickly? Because it would affect, what we put in the budget.
We did talk to Renee, I can't remember, I think Roger had most of that conversation, but let me see if I can pull it up real fast.
Oh, yes. Needs to sign that one. Does everybody need to sign this one, Taylor?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
She just doesn't have lines.
Who has to sign this?
Yeah,
You
underneath the
forgot to
line.
stamp this one, Carter.
Oh, I did, you're right.
So can someone
Oh, Roger,
conversation?
did we, I think so, I'm not finding it right now, we talked to Renee about, longevity. And she had said that the union would have to approve it and the board would have to approve it.
I believe so.
Is that, am I remembering correctly? And what was
They
your
both
question, Amber?
Well, can that take place prior to July 1, if we have to base any wages on that?
Well, the
For
one
the
person,
budget?
yeah,
I would assume that you'd want the union to prepare the language, or you guys, who prepares the language for it?
well, I think it'd have to be done in both places.
Both, both Renee and the union, and
Yeah.
they would have to have communication. I'm wondering if communication will take place and everything can be settled prior to July 1.
I would think.
I would
I
think
would
so.
think
I
so.
would think it'd be easy to
Yeah.
accomplish that.
Yeah, I can send out an email to the union rep today and Renee and see
You'd
what they wanna work out.
probably, you'd probably wanna just send it to Renee,
Right.
and then she could communicate with their rep.
Yes.
Perfect. Is that what you guys run right now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's
number
what we came
one,
over for, so.
yeah,
Yep,
the
yep.
first
We
one,
just
We just started.
which
Okay.
is, does longevity apply to employees covered under a bargaining unit?
Perfect.
Okay, well,
So we'll find that answer then?
No, I think we know.
Oh, but we know that
we
answer,
know,
but
we
yeah,
just
yeah.
have to have them,
There's just a process to it, we have to go through the process.
Okay, so no answer on that one yet, is that what you're telling me?
Well, I'd say yes, it
is
applies.
it our intention to apply that?
To,
I would say so.
okay,
For the
Okay.
sheriff's deputies,
okay, alright.
that's the only bargaining agreement we have.
2, when does years of longevity start? When you're first employed, if you started as part-time, or when you become full-time like vacation? Vacation starts when you become if you start as part-time,
Yep.
your vacation doesn't kick in, your years of vacation doesn't kick in until your date as full-time.
Like most employers, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the question is, when does longevity start?
Do we have, how did we do it prior to? Like, say, I don't wanna use any, I don't wanna say
Yeah,
any names, but how did we do it before?
Vacation, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
I can double check with Melissa, but I'm pretty sure it's vacation. I can run and ask her
Yeah, I
if you would
mean,
like
we
me to.
probably could have Melissa and
Yeah,
Donna come in.
Yeah, I
We're
think
short-staffed in our office today, but I will see if she can come.
yeah.
You wanna call Donna?
I will. Hey, Don, it's Howard. We're talking about longevity. Okay,
Save that for.
I'm sorry it's there.
No, you want it up here?
No, I don't want.
Try to keep it on high level.
A lot of claims.
Yes, it started when they become full-time. No,
Vacation is,
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
no longevity,
Oh, longevity,
Yeah.
okay, okay, currently,
yes,
as it says.
yes.
Cause it's a benefit, like anything other benefit treated as
Yes.
such, okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. So the question is, if you started as a full-time employee, so you had 5 years as a part-time employee, and then you went to full-time, does your longevity reflect 5 years at that point, or does it reflect 1 year?
Correct.
Okay.
Did you get a hold of them?
She's right there.
Good morning.
That pole gets in the way.
We were just discussing the question on how to count years of service, whether that begins at a part-time employment or a full-time employment, to calculate longevity. And currently, as it sits, it's full-time is when it starts. For years of service,
That's correct.
or not years of service to the county, but years of service in longevity or benefit size, yeah. Which I guess I would,
Any thoughts, Donna?
yeah,
Again, I'm gonna go back to when this originally was implemented, it was a narrow scope, and now we've got a lot of loose ends that questions have been brought up.
Okay, what's your thoughts of when it should start?
I have a thought.
Yeah,
If
that's
you're
fine.
gonna include part-time people, then it should start when you're hired as
Okay.
part-time. But if you're not gonna include part-time in the longevity, then
Okay.
that's fair, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the
Good answer.
clarification is whether that includes part-time or not, and then that could translate to where we go.
Yeah.
Because if you do count part-time employees, it only makes sense to count those years of service. If you don't count part-time employees, then you wouldn't count those years of service,
Right,
in my end.
I would agree, and I think our original motion was part-time and full-time employees.
Somebody looked that up, I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was, let me see what I can find.
I don't know if we had much conversation at the time about the distinction between part-time or full-time.
No,
I just thought it said all
all
employees.
I
Oh,
think
maybe
so.
it did.
Yeah,
I
Said
think,
all
I
employees.
think it did.
Maybe it did.
except elected officials.
Yes.
I think that's how we worded it, but I don't know that we really discussed the part-time aspect at all.
I thought we did have that discussion, but
I think it was brought up, I just don't think we discussed it to its end, but
No, because I think we knew we had to establish a policy, so
yeah,
it was to just get that ball rolling, I think.
Yeah.
wait a minute.
And I think to that end, the intention of the motion was mostly to get the ball started for drafting an actual policy that would go into effect. Yeah.
Excuse me.
You're good.
Well, I mean, I feel it should include part-time and full-time employees. And I do feel that, hours, if we're including the part-time, I agree, those years of service should be included. If they're consecutive, you know, if we had a break when we left for a few years or something like that, then no, but if we were consecutive, then, that's years of service. That's years of service.
Who was on the
And I
second?
I think everything behind this thought process was to, you know, yeah, to award years of service and, you know, thank our employees for sticking around, so.
My next question,
That'd have been
that
before
when
all
you
that.
seasonal, when you have seasonal employees, I mean, how are those treated, are they treated as rehires or are they treated as a consecutive employment?
Are they, yeah, and are they, what's their, are they classified as seasonal? Or are they classified as?
Temporary.
Temporary, then I
would exclude.
would probably exclude the seasonal, that would be my thoughts too, I don't.
So is there a point where somebody qualifies for vacation? Is there a point where somebody qualifies for insurance? Is there a point where they qualify for other benefits?
Hypers and all that.
Yeah, IPERS would be another example.
If,
Part-time is after 20 hours, if they're.
20
and that
hours
is
per-
Prorated, per week.
their
So
vacation.
Vacation is prorated for part-time,
Maybe not.
but
So
you
they
have
get
to work.
nothing before 20 hours? And when does
And
insurance?
Insurance is after 32 hours scheduled in a year, because you look back, if they're not hired full-time, we've only had one person ever meet that criteria. But we keep track of it for the Affordable Care Act.
It was right at the beginning.
And vacation?
of the meeting.
Yeah, they get it
Prorated.
prorated
Prorate,
for
After
the
20?
32 hours.
After 20 hours?
after 20.
30, yeah, there's a different amount for 20 and 32.
Vacation, they get prorated after 20, health insurance, they get after 30,
2,
32, yeah.
which is 4 days a week. And what about IPERS?
IPERS, you have to
It wasn't
establish, either
December,
hired
was it?
as a part-time employee or hired as a full-time employee or established relationship,
Let's go back.
which is
It wasn't last
$1,000
week.
in 2 consecutive quarters.
Hours or dollars?
Dollars. So it's pretty easy if you're,
So over $1,000 in 3 months, we
yeah,
can, well, 2 consecutive
2
quarters,
consecutive.
yeah.
And a lot of our staff might get right there, but then they aren't working the 3rd quarter.
So then that disqualifies them?
Yeah.
There you go.
Clear as mud.
Yep, it just
Here.
says all
Well,
employees
But
except
there are
elected
some
officials.
seasonal that do get
Oh.
IPERS,
Because
cause they
were
have met that,
They've already established a relationship.
some of his and some of the EMS employees that are on call a lot.
Yeah.
They don't get any benefits, cause they're not continued 20 hours, but they get
What are
IPERS.
our handbook terms for employees and employee status?
It says full-time, there is a full-time description, part-time, I was gonna grab it and like I said, I was catching up this one.
Can we
Shouldn't
find
we
that?
use
That word.
those terms to define the employees?
I don't have that with me, does anybody have a handbook?
I can go get one.
Good for you, Ryan.
Very small print.
I know, this is handy though.
But the motion from December 23rd said to include all employees except elected officials to receive longevity and set longevity at 5 cents a year annually effective July 1st, 2026 and establish a longevity policy.
resolution.
So I have a question. So to me, that says all employees, so that should include the deputies as well, correct?
Yeah, we did answer that question before you
Okay.
came in,
We just have
so,
to go about it a different way because
Yeah.
of the contract.
yeah.
Okay,
We have to go through the process to update the union agreement
Okay.
before that would be effective.
okay.
So wouldn't all include seasonals then as well?
Not if they,
Well-
you put an exception in for that.
So our
I think that's what
definitions,
we need to clarify, because I don't think all those pieces were discussed at the time.
So sometimes you make a decision and there's just so many
Yeah,
different facets to county government that you just forget,
Mhm.
okay.
so page 14 of our
Yes.
definitions kind of clarifies that, I think, if you look at it. Full-time means an employee who's regularly scheduled to work 35 or more hours per week. Such employees may be exempt or non-exempt under the Fair Labor Standard Act as described below. They are, full-time employees are eligible for benefits as described in this handbook. Then there are regular part-time means an employee who's scheduled to work less than 35 hours per week. Such employees may be exempt or non-exempt under the FLSA or as defined below. Part-time employees may be eligible for certain prorated benefits as described in this handbook. Keep going. Temporary employee irregular means a part-time employee who is not regularly scheduled to work but is employed on an as-needed basis. Temporary/irregular part-time employees are not eligible for any benefits. Temporary or seasonal benefits means an employee engaged to work full-time or part-time for the county for a period of 6 months or less. Temporary or seasonal employees are not eligible for any benefits described in this handbook.
I mean, kinda like when Doug hires a couple guys to mow through the summer too, to be seasonal, yeah.
so maybe it just needs to say full-time and regular part-time.
Well, and even that says temporary or seasonal, not, it doesn't say part-time.
It says
employee.
regular, it had
does it?
regular part-time.
Uh-huh.
I wrote it down. It has
Okay.
full-time, regular part-time, temporary/irregular, and temporary/seasonal. And the temporary,
Okay.
irregular, and seasonal do not get benefits. The other two do.
Okay,
But a seasonal employee like Doug's for instance, or Phil's with, unless he sent, IPERS continues, even if they do it this summer and come back next summer, it continues unless a termination letter is sent and they fill out a new paperwork the next year, every year. Otherwise, the IPERS continues, it doesn't quit and they have to re-earn that unless the only way that would happen is if he terminates them and
Sure.
they're rehired.
So take that to the extreme, just not to be an idiot about it, but just for example, so if you worked 10 years ago and qualified for IPERS and then didn't work the next 9 years and were never terminated.
No, not, I'm talking from year to year, like if they worked in August and then came back in March, like less than a year in there. I think that the handbook says something about 6 months for those employees, but for IPERS, that 6 months, it has to be longer than a year for IPERS to
mm-hmm,
drop off or a termination letter. So you could have a seasonal guy mow in August and come back next April and the IPER still take an effect.
Well, what if he comes back next August?
I'd have to reach out to IPERS and ask that. They might have, with it being a year, they might have to earn the relationship again.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't know, I'm not against the handbook. If the handbook says it and we're gonna follow that today and we're gonna follow it next week and we're gonna follow it next year, that's fine. In general, I think longevity is a benefit that should go to a regular employee, and to me, the regular employee is either 32 or 35. I don't, in there it said 35, and for somewhere else you said it was, somebody said it was 32.
Health insurance.
For health insurance.
For two.
Why are we
Well,
so
do-
unbelievably consistent?
It does have a regular part-time.
Well, we're following
in there.
different rules or different guidelines, and Affordable Care
Okay,
holds us to a standard of the 32 hours on the look behind. Otherwise, full-time employees are considered 35 or more.
okay.
And I think you guys mentioned it, but Melissa and I were just talking, the longevity on page 15 references a policy where I think currently it's established by resolution.
Do we have any old resolutions?
I have the resolution
The last
you
one.
approved in July.
Okay,
And we'll have to update that again this
Yep.
July because the wages will increase. It's on the
That's
same,
where,
It says
policy in the handbook for longevity, but it's been by
It says,
resolution.
in addition to base pay, some county employees will receive longevity pay according to the longevity pay policy.
And it is our intent to.
yeah,
do a
we are
policy.
gonna do a
Right,
policy.
I just
We
would say.
just gotta, yeah, clarify all these.
Like I said, a lot of loose ends.
Yeah, and those resolutions, won't they be more of a base pay, they won't include the longevity? Because the
It-
longevity,
Right,
you
it just,
take that off before you,
yeah, it just it lists the longevity on there, it doesn't say,
it has a schedule.
Yeah, it has
Okay,
the
yeah,
standalone
gotcha,
longevity schedule.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I guess from the point of benefits, I think it is typically more, standard that would apply to full-time, or even 35 hours is full-time equivalent or whatever. I wouldn't be opposed to clarifying it with that it's for full-time employees.
the handbook does say
Say,
regular part-time less than 35 also.
And they were receiving it before.
No,
Well, like
Well-
our 3/4 time person.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
they
because
do,
eligible
yes,
for
the
benefits.
32
yes,
was
correct,
not,
and that would be the regular part-time less than 35.
Yeah.
Yeah,
whoever was eligible
yes,
for health insurance.
Yeah,
Alright, let's clear that up, I just heard three different things. Whoever is eligible for insurance, it'd be 32, that's
Yes.
80%, that's not 3/4. And you said something different, so let's tighten this up and say, well,
the handbook says regular part-time is defined as less than 35. So that's what I was referring to.
okay, so you're part-time until you go past 35, but you qualify for insurance at 32 because of the Affordable Care Act.
Yes.
So the decision is whether or not we're gonna include it as a part-time benefit or just a full-time benefit, is that correct? Is that what we're trying to decide?
yeah,
Correct.
I'll make a motion that it's a full-time, that longevity applies to full-time employees. It might die for a lack of a second.
Okay, we have a motion by Haas for longevity to apply to full-time employees.
Which is defined in the handbook as 35 hours, is that correct?
So the person who is getting longevity before at 3/4 time or 80% is included in this?
Well, you just said two different
Let's
things.
have a second to the
I'll
motion
second,
and then,
we can have
okay, we have a
discussion.
second by Stecker. Then let's answer the question here. Your question is, person that's 3/4 time,
Yeah, and that's how
would
it's
they,
been defined.
would they
as
be
3/4
included in
time.
this?
Yeah, because they were getting longevity before.
So,
They've been
so
getting it.
for clarification for me, does our 3/4 time employee, I think she's our only 3/4 time employee,
No, there's one more,
oh, there is
There's
one more,
right?
No, there's only one.
one 3/4 time?
What's,
Do we have another part-time?
Yes.
Yeah,
That doesn't get health insurance, but gets vacation.
yeah. It's confusing, it is, too many.
okay.
I would like us to, well, this is my discussion point of the motion, even though it's different, I would like us to include part-time employees. Part-time employees are still important to our system, I mean, they still contribute, they have knowledge, I don't know why we wouldn't want to include them.
We have a part-time employee who's been with the county for 16 years,
You know,
and she's had opportunities to leave and she has turned them down.
And she's considered the regular part-time.
Okay,
She gets vacation benefit.
okay. Is she our only
Prorated.
regular part-time employee?
No,
No.
For conservation,
Well,
yes.
conservation, yeah, but,
but
I
no.
mean, yes, she is the only
Okay.
regular part-time.
and then we have a three-quarter time.
Yes,
Oh.
that falls under the
And those
same-
are-
That falls under the same
But
thing,
those
so
are our
technically we
only-
We
have
only
two.
have 4 job classifications. They're spelled out in the handbook. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
So we don't have, I mean, if you're talking about 2 employees that work under 35 hours, they're still classified as
regular part-time.
part-time,
and then
correct,
two.
so there's two, yes.
You gotta
Yes,
forget about IPERS, how prorated.
Yes,
Gotta continue to visit about those 4 classifications.
I,
So we have two, oh, yeah.
oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
no, I'm sorry.
I think that our intent was, well, I thought our conversation, our intent was for all employees. No, I did not think about seasonal, but I was thinking about part-time and full-time. And, I thought when we had that conversation, it was our intent of all employees. Regular part-time and full-time.
I don't have a wealth of experience of what the rest of the world does, but I've heard a little and I've heard in some cases that things like longevity are a full-time benefit at other places and part-time doesn't qualify, but I'm not stuck on that because I have not very much direct personal knowledge. That's,
Well, I think an important thing too is some of these positions, they are a part-time position or a three-quarter time position. That's how that position was established, that's what that employee took, that's what it was, that was the opportunity to be here at the county and do that. Yeah. I don't know how we could have made a motion for all employees and now we're gonna nitpick and take a couple that have been here a long time and exclude them.
We have 2 part-time, regular part-time employees, is that correct?
that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, 2 regular part-time employees, out of all of our employees, they are getting it before, except
One-
conservation was not, as a whole.
Right,
Right.
But
No.
that's a different
Yeah.
change,
that's a different change.
yeah. Our other three-quarter time employee was receiving it before, or is receiving it currently.
Correct.
I guess I wouldn't be opposed to just having all regular full and part-time employees and exclude the temporal and seasonal employees, but, okay.
Where do you differentiate on the part-time years then? Because do the part-time years count, do they not count, or do they only count when you're in one of those classifications?
I thought you already decided that.
So you mean if someone would go from part-time to full-time?
Yeah, like if they were part-time under 20 hours for 2 years, and then they went to part-time above 20 hours for 2 more years, and then they went full-time, where do you?
I don't know, I just think that makes it really difficult. How many different instances do we have? One?
Yeah,
I,
So at 20 hours, they'd be considered an irregular part-time?
At
No,
20, they're
temporary.
regular.
they'd be temporary,
20 is
irregular.
regular, okay.
yeah.
So, under 20, irregular, whatever the term
It was temporary.
Yeah.
Well, we do have a motion and a second for having longevity for full-time employees only. Okay. We can
We
vote
can
on,
have amendments too.
and if there's an amendment to it, otherwise, we can vote on the motion. I'll call for any amendments. Okay. Then roll call vote, please.
Wactor,
No.
Garmin,
No,
Stecker,
No.
Haas,
Yes,
Nath,
No. Motion, dies at 1-4. Need another motion then?
I'll make a motion that, we include all full-time and regular part-time and to exclude temporary or seasonal.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Wactor, second by Garmin, discussion?
sorry for the redundancy, but what is regular part-time again?
Over 20.
It means an employee who is scheduled to work less than 35 hours per week. Such employees may be exempt or non-exempt. Part-time employees may be eligible for certain prorated benefits as described in this handbook.
Tammy?
Maybe, and then I think the reason that kind of ties in, because then it
the
talks
last
about
one, I think you
vacation.
kind of,
Regular
the last
part-time
one is, does
employees
it
who are
include
hired and are
EMS
scheduled to work
employees
at least 20
that are
hours
on
per week
on-call
are
basis?
eligible for a
Only
prorated
on-call.
vacation. Please see your department head regarding the part-time vacation schedule in your department. That's kind of why.
So the motion as it is says what?
to approve longevity for all full-time and regular part-time and exclude seasonal.
So there's nothing in what I just heard about a minimum. That you guys, somebody was talking about 20.
Regular part-time, is that what you said?
Yes.
Regular part-time, and regular part-time is the 20 hours.
Donna, was
correct?
there something there that said regular part-time?
Am I misunderstanding?
That's what I just read. Regular part-time is someone who's scheduled to work less than 35 hours per week.
It has nothing to do with 20, there's no 20
And then the
mentioned there.
vacation,
The vacation,
vacation is, you have to work at least 20 hours to get vacation.
regular part-time employees must work at least 20 hours to
To get vacation.
So then do we need to include it in our policy if they regularly work over 20 hours, that they can qualify for the longevity similar to how the vacation works?
That's up to you.
That sounds like a paperwork nightmare.
We need it to match up with something, is what I'm kinda getting at.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree too. Just so it's easily understood.
Yep. So that way they know if they hit the 20 hours, they're gonna get the vacation in a long term. Forever time and they don't.
So I think,
Because we do have a couple of the more recent, we have an individual that works 18 hours a month. No, that's okay, never mind. But then we have another individual that's like 10, 12 hours a week. So there are a few other
Okay,
that currently don't, and like our advocate would have been the same situation.
like, do they fall under that regular part-time? They're not at the 20 hours and don't get vacation, but
but but they do their job and it's a
every
part-time job and
single
it's-
week, they do the same hours.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
so also, while you're thinking about it, I thought Kyle had a good point. If you do that for 10 years and then you become full-time, do those 10 years count toward everything?
Well, if we're rewarding your time in service at the county, you've stuck around for 10 years before moving to full-time. Why not? I mean, if the purpose of longevity is to reward you for sticking around, employee here, then why wouldn't it?
But wouldn't that be the same principle as vacation? You get more vacation the longer you're here too,
Well,
but we don't use that for vacation benefits.
That could be a different thought process, because if you're working fewer hours here, you wouldn't have a need for vacation. If you're working more hours here, you're gonna need to take vacation, to take time off from your job here. Longevity is a reward for your length and service.
So, again, carry it to an extreme, and I'm not gonna, as you guys say, I'm not gonna die on this hill or anything, but carry it to extreme, if you worked, 10 years mowing, and then you later became employed by the auditor's office, you're gonna count that 10 years toward everything.
Well, if we excluded the seasonal, and correct me if I'm wrong, the mowing positions are considered seasonal.
Don't hang it on anything, it just, you're part-time. I say, I don't care if it's mowing or picking up trash or raking leaves. If you're a part-time, regular part-time employee and then you get employed by the auditor's office, are you gonna give them years of service, court vacation and everything?
I think it's easy to go down a lot of rabbit holes that way, and that's the farther you extend it, the more rabbit holes of that nature you're gonna find, which to Donna's point earlier is probably why it was a lot more narrow scope previously.
Could we, if there's two individuals, right, is that all that we have that are under that 20 hours?
They're over 20 regular part-time. Would that be?
Oh, I thought you said it was
But
12
there's a couple
hours
others.
and 18, I'm only
There-
talking about
Oh,
the
a
ones
couple
that are
others on
under
the other
20.
side, couples on the other side, I'm sorry, yes.
I'm only talking about the, if there's like two, so,
Right,
We just planned for 3 part-time jailers, I think Ron
right,
was
and
at
the
2
jailers are on
already.
the, not gonna.
I've got 2 part-time and a third one gonna start here soon.
And then all the other part-time for EMS, I mean, we'd have
Well, that would be a
40.
whole, and most of them are temporary.
Yeah,
Most
that's
of-
the next
Those are,
question.
those are temporary.
oh, okay, I wanted to finish my thought.
Okay,
So could we, if the board knows, you know, who these employees are that are working under that, we can monitor that wage and maybe look at that in a different way, but maybe for the point of longevity, maybe we wanna keep it regular part-time, regular full-time. I'm sorry, I'm thinking regular part-time as 20 hours for the benefits. I know we gotta try and leave that out of there, but sometimes I think it's easier to think about that. I don't know.
If you prorate the vacation now for a 20-hour person, can't you prorate longevity for a 10-hour person? Wouldn't there be a similar scale to prorate theirs?
Then the motion can't say 5 cents every year.
Oh,
It'll have to state something in there for your 20-hour prorated.
And we'll have to define it in the policy, so the motion was more to draft the policy, but still from developing that policy. I know we voted on it, and I guess I didn't feel like we finished the conversation is the only reason I voted no, but I think we're gonna be a lot simpler if we clarify it with full-time as defined in the handbook.
I don't think that would be fair to the people that were getting longevity already, that now all of a sudden it's gonna get taken away. That's not fair. And, you know, that their department head isn't even up here. Maybe it couldn't be, but I don't think that's fair. I think that's wrong. And the point of this was to award, not to punish. And, I don't know, that's why I seconded Josh's motion. I think it's a good motion.
Is there a reason that we can't have a 20 to 35 for regular part-time, or is there a bookwork reason why that would be a bad thing?
I think we're getting stuck on the clarification in the handbook, but we're looking at doing a policy for the longevity. Can we not include it in the policy for the longevity that it starts at 20?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I think so.
Or to,
And then anything under that, maybe we just need to have a
Christie.
discussion about that at budget time. You know, for the few people that it affects outside of that scope. You know, we can still have that discussion at budget time.
okay, so,
Do we need to include that in the motion that we set it in a policy to have it start at 20 hours.
If that's the intent, it should be.
Yes, then I'll include that in the motion.
Okay, so,
Read the motion, yeah.
yeah,
please.
so you're saying, the regular part-time definition should be 20 to 35,
Correct.
and you want that changed in the handbook and added in the policy.
It should just be, it'd just be in the longevity resolution,
Yeah,
we're
just
only
the-
talking about longevity
We're
right
only
now,
talking about our.
if we do anything with the handbook, that's a separate conversation.
Okay,
Okay. Do you wanna read the motion when you're
Yeah.
done?
okay. Motion by Wactor, second by Garmin, to approve longevity for all full-time and regular part-time defined as 20 to 35 hours a week and excluding seasonal employees.
So, and I heard you say this is just for longevity. It has no bearing on anything else.
Correct.
Right,
It's not gonna change the definition of a regular part-time employee in the handbook.
Correct.
Correct.
That's gonna be a separate conversation, and I'd like to have that conversation because we don't have I think it's a little open-ended.
And you really, I'm just a question, I'm trying to be open-minded, you really want to have a definition for what a regular part-time employee is to be different across?
We're not defining, I don't think the motion is meant to define what a part-time employee is, I think it's meant to define what you need to work in order to qualify for longevity.
well, maybe instead of using the word defined, I can put,
In order to qualify.
okay. So regular part-time.
We got a lot, we
Includes-
got a lot of conversation.
Includes employees who work 20 to 35 hours a week.
Yeah.
Okay, is that okay? Instead of using that define, because I
Yeah,
think that
because I don't
gets-
think we're defining
Yeah,
it, we're
okay.
just saying who's going to qualify.
Okay,
Did your guys' conversation help anything?
You guys have three job classifications that I believe that you are addressing, and there are 4 job classifications in the handbook. So with your action, you're still gonna leave a question of whether that remaining job classification would or would not have longevity.
Okay, so the regular full-time employees says that they are eligible for benefits as described in the handbook. The regular part-time employees, that just alludes to 35, if we can skip out what we're talking about the hours, we say part-time employees may be eligible for certain prorated benefits as described in this handbook. Temporary or regular says part-time employees are not, irregular part-time employees are not eligible, and same with seasonal. Temporary or seasonal employees are not eligible for benefits.
So run through the list of those 4, full-time,
Full-time,
regular part-time, irregular part-time, and seasonal or temporary,
Correct.
is the 4.
yes.
Okay,
So we need to exclude the
irregular temporaries.
Because the only 2 that we were wanting to include is the regular part-time and the full-time.
For seasonal employees and
Irregular.
temporary or regular. And it says temporary seasonal, so I'll add that too. Okay,
Do we wanna reread the motion?
yeah, I can,
Please.
okay. Motion by Wactor, second by Garmin, to approve longevity for all full-time and regular part-time employees, including employees who work 20 to 35 hours a week, excluding temporary seasonal employees and temporary irregular employees.
Okay. Does everybody understand that motion?
And do the department heads and HR and everything, I don't think you heard it, but that's neither here nor there, do you agree with that, or have a thought process on that?
I heard it.
I heard it, go ahead, just for sake.
Okay, motion by Wactor and second by Garmin to approve longevity for all full-time and regular part-time employees, including employees who work 20 to 35 hours a week, excluding temporary seasonal employees and temporary irregular employees.
I wasn't paying, read the first sentence, or the first 5 words again. It-
Approve longevity
Okay,
for
thank you.
all, okay.
Okay, thank you.
And then I'm guessing, the last question we haven't really talked about, but I'm guessing it's in the temporary or regular, is including EMS employees that are on-call basis only.
Are we trying to wrap all of the discussion into one motion, or are we trying to have multiple motions on this? Cause I was trying to not add confusion.
Well, if they're defined as temporary or regular,
Then they
you
would
don't
be.
need another motion, but
Right, but then you throw in, when do the years of service start? Do you have to hit that classification as it was just defined in that motion?
I'm
Or
a-
are we having separate motions?
I'm a
How many
little,
years have you worked as an employee in that status?
At 20, yeah, and that's up 20 hours.
That's how I'm
Or
understanding
more
it.
a week, or, yeah, 20 hours or more a week is the status.
of when longevity starts.
That's what the motion is saying, I think, is what I
No.
heard.
Yeah, I think that's what it's stating.
Okay,
So,
And this is only for longevity, has nothing to do with anything else.
Only longevity.
that's what I'm
only
hearing.
longevity.
Any further discussion needs to be had, or?
I'll just throw out, I think we need to develop some level of consistency instead of making these, if we were gonna make exceptions, I believe we should define it as consistently in the handbook, and if you wanna make exceptions for people that, and if you can, I don't even know if you can, if you wanna make exceptions for the 2 or 3 employees that are now in there, you can do that on an ongoing basis until, then you would develop some level of consistency, that's all. That's all.
I agree with that, we need to look at that, clarification in the handbook then too, to, you know, clarify the regular part-time as being 20 to 35 hours. But that's a discussion for another day,
But you got, and just for point of discussion, not a direct argument, but, so you've got a small benefit here that you're gonna work on today, and then that's gonna cause you to make an adjustment to a major definition in the future.
So it sounds like.
I guess I think what we're trying to do is just establish who gets longevity, and I don't think we're trying to make a major change. If we have part-time employees that work 12 hours consistently and they've been here a long time, I feel like something like that we can address differently. If we're not gonna do that, then we just need to approve it for everyone. And we can't take it away from people who were getting it before.
Well, if we had department heads go through, come up with, present to us a handbook for us to approve, and that took a long time. I think things got confusing in the handbook because over the years, you had different, we were trying to make things consistent, so I understand that aspect of things, and that was the goal, was we didn't wanna suddenly have one policy that contradicted this, that was different from this, that it's just, this was the handbook, and we're gonna follow that moving forward. So, I agree with the motion in that, yes, full and regular part-time employees should receive it. But then we're defining it further than the handbook goes. So how does that affect things moving in the future? I don't know. Maybe not, maybe it doesn't, but that's all.
So do you disagree with the 20 hours part, or what?
Is saying 20 hours going to cause greater confusion moving into the future, that's all. Because the handbook doesn't define that. I just hate to make changes to a handbook we just had everyone sit down and agree to and
Okay.
go forward with.
Phil just walked in, I don't know if, I mean, he obviously hasn't heard the whole conversation, but you wanna ask how it could affect his department, cause he'd have a lot of full, or part-time employees, I don't know how many get 20 hours regularly, but.
Phil, do you have many employees that reach 20 hours part-time? Like 2, 5, 10, 20?
I have between 30 and 40 part-time people. Probably half.
Okay,
And they do that on a regular basis? And I don't know how I define regular, but more than half of every week, half the weeks of the year, they have over 20 hours?
I probably have a half a dozen that are that way.
Why don't we prepare a policy, as the handbook says, with the direction that we will incorporate the definitions of our employee status, and then see how that comes out, cause I think you're making a motion to affect the longevity, but we really don't have what longevity means, and we do refer to having a policy.
We need to do this for the budget.
Yeah.
So that we're budgeting the appropriate amounts in our budget.
Isn't longevity considered a benefit? Isn't benefits offered to full-time people, not part-time people?
Not part-time people, is that what you said? No, part-time people.
regular part-time employees as defined may
eligible.
receive benefits.
Benefits described.
May be eligible.
May
be eligible.
Right, and,
Vacation,
and,
and they're eligible
and when
for
this was
vacation.
written, vacation was the only thing that was applicable to that. Otherwise, the longevity,
Health insurance.
well, health insurance is a whole separate piece.
But that's a benefit.
It is a benefit, but
And
we
the
don't define those parameters, and we do.
And the confusion is because regular part-time employees gives a maximum of 35 hours or under 35 hours. It doesn't give a minimum, so then how many hours does a person have to work in order to be considered a regular part-time employee and receive longevity is the question, I think. And like, maybe that is something that needs to be changed in the handbook, I don't know, but I'm just saying the department heads got together and made something. I just hate to go making exceptions and changing things again.
I mean, would the department heads like us to include the seasonal, the people who have seasonal? I mean, I wanna hear from you guys. I mean, what's your thoughts? There's a lot of other chitter chatter and stuff going on, tell us what your thoughts are. Should seasonal be included? What's gonna get this so we're happy?
Just to throw it out there, a couple of years ago, we had a seasonal position, 6-month position. We had the same individual in that position for 20 years. But under our definition here, that person would not qualify for longevity. Is that right or wrong? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. To me, that should have been longevity. That person chose to come back and do a good job for us 19 more years after he was first hired. But under the definitions we have now, probably would not apply.
When you look at their wages and you determine your wages for your seasonal people, what do you take into consideration when you're doing that process?
we try to manage and match what similar wages are in similar counties. In the last couple of years in our seasonal, we've been right around $18 an hour, just to give you an idea where we're at. Similar counties are hiring that position for like 15, 16, and having a very hard time filling that. $2 an hour makes a difference when you get applicants.
Right. And you feel that that process has been fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Doug? I believe it's the only other one that would have seasonal.
Yeah, for the most part, the majority of the seasonal employees, which 3 to 4 people, employees, what we're talking about, they have been employed as full-time employees. They do not get paid the same rate as what a full-time employee does. And I make small adjustments just based on how many years they have mowed. And my part-time rate is a little bit less than what Kendall talks about for part-time rate. So, but I feel comfortable with our seasonal employees receiving a rate and not having the full, letting department heads just go ahead and take care of it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. If you guys feel that that has been a fair process, which I was certain it was anyway, but I wanted to hear it. So. So I think, maybe we need to, are we thinking we gotta put the word regular part-time out of there and just put
See, it says
part-time?
to approve longevity for all full-time.
Because we're excluding the seasonal.
Well, Can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
To approve longevity for all full-time employees and make it eligible for all other employment classifications based on department head discretion or something.
No, that's
No?
gonna be,
No.
no, you gotta
Absolutely not.
define it better than
Alright,
that.
bad suggestion.
I have to
Bad
know
idea.
right or wrong.
what does their motion say again? I'm sorry to have
That's
you
okay.
keep repeating it, but.
To approve longevity for all full-time and regular part-time employees, including employees who work 20 to 35 hours a week, excluding temporary seasonal employees and temporary irregular employees.
Maybe the hours need to be left off there and it's part-time or full-time and we're excluding the seasonal and the temporary.
So just put full-time and part-time,
How the motion was originally.
It's just my thought.
but leave in the 20 to 35 hours a week.
Is that what you wanted for a motion?
Yeah, Josh, you
You
can
can-
make the motion, I didn't wanna.
Yeah,
But you're okay with taking out regular and just have part-time?
Because is that the word that's making it be like we're going against the handbook or the regular word?
The hours. I think it was the definition of the hours that caused the problem.
Okay,
I don't think the regular caused the problem.
The regular
Because
caused
the
the
regular
problem.
part-time employees are the ones who are already receiving it.
okay. What do you
then we need to exclude the hours
Ex-
portion
yeah,
of it.
Which was John's original motion.
Yes, it was.
So this is its own separate policy, it shouldn't have anything to do with what's in the handbook.
Right.
I don't understand why you think you have to change the handbook, because this is, it says longevity, see the policy, you see the policy, and there's the rules.
Okay,
Yeah, I agree.
okay.
And that was why I was wanting to define the hours, just to. Because at 20 hours, you're able to start receiving the, other benefits as well, so why not have that as an benefit as well? Was my thought process.
That's your motion. I mean,
And the only thing I wanted to say is that I thought the intent was to include everyone that works part-time and full-time. No, when we were talking about that, I wasn't thinking seasonal or temporary, but my thoughts were to the people that are here every single week, working regularly. I thought our intent was for everyone. So, I mean, I know there's someone who's been here a very long time, and I don't know how many hours he works, but he is part-time and he's been here a very long time. I would say he'd have a question as to why he wouldn't be included.
Well, I mean, I guess, what is your motion, Josh?
Since this is a policy and not changing the definition in the handbook, I would like to leave the hours.
Leave the
Okay.
hours,
Yes.
take out the regular, or leave the regular.
This is a policy? Or is this,
No, we're
No.
just
This is what's gonna go.
Leave
This is a
into the
motion to
policy.
draft a policy.
okay,
Create a policy based on the motion.
based on these suggestive
Yes.
principles or whatever, yeah, okay. Just trying to clarify things here.
So leave the word regular or take it out.
What are your guys' thoughts on that?
You're asking?
Yeah.
My thought's gonna be it's a full-time benefit, and then that's how I'm gonna vote, unless somebody comes up with a compelling argument, otherwise.
So you think for people that were getting longevity before, just get it taken away from them?
I think you can get them the pay that they were getting, another way, and they won't get longevity in the future. That's what I think. I wouldn't take away what somebody has, but
But you are taking away a benefit that they have if you do the only full-time, because they have longevity currently.
that's how I will vote, yes.
I would just as soon leave the word regular, in my
Okay.
opinion, but that's up to you.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion? Both of you are good with that motion? I think it's the same motion that you made.
Pretty much it was the addition of the hours.
Okay. You wanna read it one more time,
Yes,
Dan?
okay. Motion by Wactor, second by Garmin, to approve longevity for all full-time and regular part-time employees, including employees who work 20 to 35 hours a week, excluding temporary seasonal employees and temporary irregular employees.
The policy will be drafted at a later time to that effect, is that?
Correct.
That we have in another motion
Yeah.
from,
Yeah,
Last.
I know, I'm just
Okay.
saying that this is not the policy.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second, do a roll call vote, please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
Pass?
Stecker,
No,
Haas,
No?
Nath,
Yes.
Oh
Garmin,
my goodness.
You can't pass again.
I know I can't, I'm just thinking because I don't have in front of me what this is gonna affect for people, and that's the hard part with that 20 hours to 35 hours. I mean, obviously the 35 hours is the full-time, whatever, and it's the 20 that I guess I got, I don't know how that affects our part-time people, that's the one thing that I'm kind of leery about, but maybe I'm not even supposed to be talking right now, because we're voting,
None of us are gonna
but,
comment on your opinion, so you're welcome to.
yeah, so that's my
I would
biggest,
just vote how you're feeling and
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries 3-2.
Not that it really matters, but from a procedural standpoint, the chair should always vote last, even if someone passes.
That is true.
Sorry, my fault.
Carter might have preferred to not vote last, but from a procedural standpoint, that's Robert's
Darn
rule of
it.
order.
Sorry, screwed that
You're not supposed to point that out, Kevin.
out.
You're
No,
welcome.
I forgot about that, I'm sorry.
Would it have changed the way you voted?
No, but,
Well, you technically should have voted on Josh's amendment to the original motion, if you're really gonna follow Robert's Rule of Orders.
If it's a friendly amendment, you don't have to.
it's his own motion, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I've commented on that one before too. We are after 9, we got a bit of schedule for 9, do we wanna take a couple minute break and go to that, or what do we wanna do schedule wise? I
If we,
could use
if
some more
we
water,
could just take a
but
real fast
Alright,
restroom break, I'd appreciate it.
4 minutes to be done at 1/4 maybe?
okay, yep, Tyler, I'll give you a minute to get set up and,
Yeah.
I don't have much to do, but I can gather up the bids from down the hall.
okay.
Excuse me.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Don't forget you have to sign these here.
I was gonna ask, like this one, where do I, am I supposed to sign these?
I think it came on paper, so.
Oh,
No, I don't know what she did here. That is weird.
I didn't know what I was
Let's
supposed to.
just leave these over here for now.
Okay.
I'll go with that.
Okay,
She's not here today, she has a sick kid, so I can't ask her.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
How's it going?
Not too bad, how are you guys this morning?
Cold.
Yeah, it's chilly out there. I would have been happy if we hadn't touched 0 again. That's always.
I think it's only supposed to get worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Friday, a high of -5.
Yep. That's what I saw too.
We don't even break into the positive digits.
Yeah.
Yeah, not real exciting.
You're saying negative, so it's Friday.
I'm good. It just got better.
Keeps getting worse.
Right.
Snow later today too.
Yeah. Sometimes when it's this cold, it's hard for it to snow.
Yeah, it needed to warm up and then cool back off.
Be the real styrofoam snow. It just feels weird when you walk on it, it's not crunchy to it. Right.
I like warmer snow. It's like giant cotton balls. Feel them.
I see
for you to
that.
sign.
See that? You wanna sign this one or?
Oh, I missed that one. What's that?
We got one to sign.
More to sign.
Good thing I haven't given her the stack yet, right?
Oh, you got all the rest of them over there yet?
Yeah, just let them stack though.
Yeah, but I didn't really pay that. Looking through the sheets. Did we get all of them now?
I think that's everything.
How many bids did we end up getting, Tyler?
Well,
3, 4?
6 or 7. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're good. Okay. We are back and it is after 9 o'clock. So we go ahead and begin the bid opening for Idle Saturated Buffer Project.
All right, thank you. Good morning all. Yes, this is the bid opening for the Mansky Saturated Buffer Project for the state of Iowa. Be opening these bids, presenting that information to the state for potential award. We'll get into it. The first one we have here is from Leroy and Sons, Inc. out of Arcadia, Iowa. Bid security is in the form of a bid bond at 5%. Recognized addendum number 1. Total bid amount, $118,965.75. 118,965.75.
Will you repeat the name?
Yes, that was
Leroy.
Leroy and Sons.
Thank you.
Next, we have Engineered Farm Drainage out of Algona. Bid security is in the form of a cashier's check. Recognized addendum number 1. Total $242,183.75. 242,183.75. Next is BNS Tiling and Excavating out of Lake City, Iowa.
B or V?
B.
B, thank you.
Bid security is in the form of a bid bond at 5%. Recognized addendum 1. Total of $108,102.21. 108,102.21. Next, we have Larson Contracting Central out of Lake Mills. Bid security is in the form of a bid bond at 5%. Recognized addendum 1. Total of $148,957.67. 148,957.67. Next, we have Reitzel Excavating Inc. out of Burt. Bid security in the form of a bid bond at 5%. Recognized addendum 1. Total of $165,041.00. 165,041.00. Next is from Holland Contracting out of Forest City, Iowa. Bid security is in the form of a bid bond at 5%. addendum 1. Total of $148,819.95. 148,819.95. And last is from Luffs and Sons Farm Drainage.
From,
It does not say.
Lufkinson, I think it's LOOFT.
Their security is in the form of a cashier's check.
It's LUFT.
Do you see their company
Pocahontas.
location anywhere?
Let me see.
what was?
Pocahontas. They're out of Pocahontas. Total of $119,340.00. 119,340.00.
Addendum 1 in there at all?
What's that?
Are you recognizing that addendum 1 in that?
There, yes, I'm seeing that recognized, my apologies. Those are the bids. Those again will be tabulated, check everyone's numbers, and have those, that tabulation presented then to the state and back to the board here for consideration. Thanks everyone for your time.
Will the state actually make the decision?
Ultimately, the state is the decision maker, yes. The county is acting as a go-between for, different services like this. So ultimately, it won't be, IDEL's
That's what I thought.
decision on that, so. Thank you all.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, thanks.
Okay,
So that last one was, how do you spell that?
LUFT.
Yep, LUFT.
And what was that BNS, I'm sorry, what from Lake City, the one that I
BNS excavating.
excavated?
I've done,
That's okay, I
I've
can
done a
get
bad
it,
job.
I can get it from you
will give
later,
you all of the
okay,
envelopes
that's
here.
fine.
What was, I'm just curious, with the bids, like you have 108,000 all the way up to 165 and 242, what is the reasoning for such significant?
You know, I'll need
Differences in bid.
to, I'll need to look. I'm guessing there must be a material in there that, people were
I mean,
getting
some of
different prices
Yeah.
on. I didn't look carefully enough when I was thumbing through to see what the difference was driving that.
Just
But,
found it interesting, the most local ones were the,
yeah.
on the higher end, and
that is a
I just,
little
how does that compute, I was just curious, yeah.
They know Tyler.
They just-
What's that? Did she say they knew me?
Yeah.
Sometimes that does do it. But no, I will take these, leave Tammy and you the envelopes.
Okay,
And then, get this back after they've been tabulated.
Okay.
So,
Alright, thanks Tyler.
thank you.
Okay, well, we will come back to discussion.
Do we wanna do anything on the
69 cents.
reclassification? I mentioned that
Oh,
last week.
sure, we can do that, yeah, we'll do that while Tyler's here,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine.
Did anyone have any questions? I mean, I guess I already explained it a little bit, I think it's pretty straightforward. We-
Do it again quickly.
So, the short version is, there's a District 69 that has some schedules for the laterals, but it does not have all of them, I'd say maybe half, if that. But when when a repair gets done on the lateral that we don't have a schedule for, then the only schedule it would kind of revert back to is the main schedule for the entire district, which happens to be the open ditch schedule, which means people could be paying for something that they're not directly benefiting from, which is an inequity by the legal structural terms of the code. Anytime we see that, we can and should order a reclass. So this is probably not the only situation across the county that would fall into that category, but we have a bill specifically in this district on a lateral that does not have a schedule that we probably should get that taken care of for.
Is it
So,
a large bill?
not necessarily what I would consider large,
How much?
I don't know off the top of my head, it's probably under 5,000, but, it's probably, the district as a whole is one of those things, it's gonna continue to come up, there's been other repairs in the district that we haven't had schedules for, and I guess, I don't know, it's for the sake of the people who are benefiting actually paying their bills and the other people who are not benefiting from it also not paying somebody else's bill. I think it's just the right thing to do. And there's other ones that have came up across the county that we've gotten schedules for, so.
I don't know that it matters, but, what does it cost to reclassify it? They pay, the whole district pays that, or just that lateral, or?
Tyler,
Yeah, typically we have seen that as a whole district expense. The whole district benefits from having that broken down. Usually there's either a separate schedule made for that, or it just applies to the main. I will say it is more common to see these done in conjunction with larger projects, but there's always, like Kyle stated, if the board's convinced there's an inequity, they have the authority to order one done. As far as cost, people like to look at these as a per acre basis. I sometimes discourage that just because in the larger districts with more schedules, you get a better cost per acre than you do with a smaller district because there's static costs. The go-to amount that we've been hovering around and trying to get under is that $30,000 mark for a reclass, just kind of across the board. Again, with larger districts, you get some more bang for that buck, but that's where it's been. We're doing our best to automate and make things more efficient, without completely removing the human element of it, because I think it'd be very dangerous to just turn one of these over to a computer. So, that's my, my thoughts there. And yeah, as far as when is the right time to do them, that would be a trustee decision, of course.
Isn't it but it's typically when we have a big project.
It typically follows a big project, yes, because, improvement projects or projects over a certain threshold of dollar amounts compared to the original assessments, which is an easy thing to hit, because the original assessments were just, in total dollar amounts, were small. But you're right, it does typically either is required as part of a larger project, or it's such an obvious inequity in that larger project that it drives one.
yeah,
The code does outline though, for where Kyle's coming from for this, that a defined inequity is not having separate schedules for work that's being performed. That is a defined inequity in the code. Take that for what it will. I think that's one of the things that's an issue if it's made an issue, sometimes, to just put it that way.
Yeah, one other example, just very quick off the top of my head. We did a reclassification on DD 80 and all the districts that dump into 80, probably within the last 5 years, and that was a major project. There's a lot of acres, a lot of schedules involved, but I guess it kind of fell under the same context. We had bills that were coming in, we didn't have schedules for those laterals, so if they were put on the main, other people would be paying for them that would not be benefiting from that work, and we reclassified the entire district, so.
So in regards to the discussion we had last week with whatever the.
82.
82, yep.
By the same,
That should be reclassified as well.
and how many, yeah, where do you start, where do you stop? And, how many acres is the 69, is that correct? It is 69.
Yeah, I did not pull that up in particular, it's a decent sized district, it's not the biggest by.
Not as many as 82, but it's. What did I thought I looked that up, Kyle, wasn't it hovering around 10,000? Not to.
I can probably
I don't wanna throw it-
find my
yeah.
map
So it's based on, not holding you to it, based on $30,000, it's $3 an acre.
For, if you were just looking at that one, and this is again why I caution against dollars per acre, is because that would be $3 per acre if you were only getting the main schedule. But if you're getting all those other lateral schedules on top of it, it's the dollars per acre for those schedules too. When it all comes back and you pay on the main, you're right, it's probably back to that $3 per acre, but you've gotten more than, you've gotten a couple dozen schedules for all of the laterals.
And you're not doing those.
We would as part of that. You get the whole package for that, so it's more work than just saying, well, it's just the $3 per acre for the one schedule. It is where I just say that I caution against using that as a comparison.
So this looks like just a hair over 7,100 acres, so.
Okay.
Did somebody request this, or?
It came up from discussion I had with Melissa in the auditor's office about where the bill should go, for one of the recent repairs that was done.
Well, if it's not reclassified,
Yeah.
it goes to the ditch.
Which by the code is an inequity.
Well,
And
we got a lot of $5,000 bills floating around for different things, drains here and there. I mean, what separates this one out from any of those others that aren't reclassified?
This bill does have a lat on
We
It
have a
says
specific
it,
location.
DD 69 lat, whatever it is.
Right, but so that's with every drainage district, we have laterals. And if it's on the lateral and it's not reclassified, it goes to the ditch. If it's on the lateral and it's reclassified, it goes to the lateral. So what separates this one from any other drainage district we have that has $5,000 bills going around?
I think a lot of them should be reclassified, they just haven't been done yet.
I know, but like what pushed this one? Like,
where is it?
what's this one?
It's west of Bancroft generally.
So will you hold if you decide to do this, will you hold that, can you hold that bill? Or, and until you,
So timeline wise, if we started on it, we could probably have a classification schedule before we did assessments this year, which then, that's when the bill would actually be paid, so yes, it could be used right away.
That's my recommendation, if you go down that road, is that you hold the
sure,
bills for the reason that you've done it. To Amber's point too, you know, there's a lot that are like this, and I'm not saying that to like try to drum up work or that I'm looking for something to do. Yeah, I guess it's a valid question, where do you start? There's a lot of them that are like this. Almost everyone that was ever created only ever had the one schedule. They get amended as projects come in, or they sit as they have. And it's, yeah. I see both sides of that argument, and it really is a question of where do you start and what's the trip? What's the
and where do you stop?
But that too is a valid question. It's something I guess if for nothing else, food for thought.
So a decision today, does the district have any say in this? Or that's just our say? We say we're doing it.
Trustees' decision.
It's I'm not an attorney, I don't even play one on TV,
No,
but
that's okay.
my understanding of it is that is the full discretion. Now, when those schedules come in, there's a hearing on all of that.
Okay.
The people get a say as far as what those calculations for assessments are, but as far as the authority to conduct, that falls on, as I understand it, that falls on the trustees. And that if you're convinced that there's an inequity, I believe it's a shall section, not a. But again, that's not an attorney.
And we do assessments in May, is that?
Yep.
And that's something you could complete in that time?
We'd be booking it, but I've got availability. That's something that could get done. And it's really the biggest thing about it is you've got the 40-day notice period
For the hearing.
To get all of that done and processed and
Takes
out.
40 days away from you.
Right. Once you've got getting the report done is one thing,
Right.
then you got the 40 days.
And we'd have to appoint commissioners for it and, all that. It's not a big process, but it is a little bit of a process, but. Yeah, I guess. I think we can only kick the can down the road so long, and I think it'd be advantageous to get some done as we can. I'm not saying we do the whole county tomorrow, but I think when we have bills, we should be looking at that. So, I'd make a motion to appoint Bolton and Mink to do a reclassification of DD 69.
Okay, motion by Stecker to appoint Bolton and Mink to do the reclassification.
I'll second.
Second by Haas.
For the purpose of discussion.
Okay, discussion?
My only thought is it's $5,000 bill and that we think is unfair, but yet we're gonna have a $30,000 bill on top of that everybody's gonna have to share in. I don't know if now, to me, I don't know if now's the right time or you wait until there is a larger scale and you kind of incorporate it in. I have a problem with doing it for a $5,000 bill. I'm not saying $5,000 isn't a lot of money, but I'm saying I feel like there's a better time when there's a larger bill and it really becomes an inequity. That's my only thought. I don't think now's the time to, if we're gonna spend, we have a $5,000 bill, but we're gonna spend 30. So they're gonna have to pay more right now. Maybe less in the future, we don't know. I guess I don't know what's driving it.
I can agree with that. I think there needs to be a threshold of like, if we have a substantial bill that is going to cost quite a bit more, then we look at the reclassification as, to make it equitable for the whole district. But at 5,000, I mean, that, I can understand why it needs to be done, and I can understand that into the future, it will be, obviously put to use and will be good for the district. But as of right now, I agree with Amber that a $5,000 bill doesn't, in my mind, warrant, bringing up another 30,000 for a reclass.
If a reclass is done, is it considered good for a long time or a period of time, or?
They stand until there's
A challenge, or?
another, until someone's convinced there's another inequity in them. That could, again, that's another, the ones that don't ever have anything more done to them, or anything that anyone would consider, or the code would consider a triggering of an inequity, are all still valid into perpetuity. I do, to everyone's point, there is, I've often cautioned that you can, and it's been picked up on, you can spend that money and your water doesn't move any better than it did before, you just have a mechanism to pay for things that are done. But they're be just as valid and hold, just as long as these ones have, essentially. And then they're all set up. And if you did trigger something on let's say you improved one of those laterals, where you're not, in the event that you did, in the worst case, have to reclassify something, you're just reclassifying that lateral, you're not reclassifying the whole bulk of the systems, because they already have their schedules. But is that worth the expense for your water to move the same as it did yesterday?
And that's all true. I think another thing that, just as a comparative example, if there is a improvement project that happens after the improvement was constructed, you would need a new schedule, and that's one of the triggering events in the code. But like we talked on 82, right now we have a petition for improvement. If that improvement doesn't go anywhere, the whole district would be paying for something that they didn't ask for and they didn't receive any benefit, or even benefit as far as the knowledge of that improvement project. So like 82, if that improvement doesn't move forward, and if we don't reclassify it, everybody in the district will pay for an engineer's report that only affected a very small subset of the district, which is an inequity. And does that trigger the threshold of doing a reclassification because you had 20 or 30,000 in an engineer's report? Where if you have separate schedules for each lateral, like 82, if we had separate schedules, that lateral would only pay for the engineering bills regardless of project completion. So I think this is one of those things that it sets things up for the future as well as takes care of things today.
But in case of 82 last week, somebody requested it.
They requested the improvement, yep.
And in that thought process, I would agree that a reclass, would be necessary when you're drumming up, 20, 30,000 in an engineer's report to, spread it more equitably across, the district. But in this case, I don't see, that being, necessary. On the flip side, I could say, you know, sooner rather than later is a good concept because things aren't going to get cheaper later too. So I could kinda see, you know, doing it now versus waiting 5 years, you know, and paying considerably more for it, cause I doubt Tyler and them are gonna charge any cheaper 5 years from now than they are right now. So, you know, I can see the flip side of that is, you know, wanting to do it sooner rather than later. But again, on that, you know, I think there needs to be a little bit more of a threshold than just a $5,000 bill. You know, a little bit higher.
So, as you were saying that, it brought a question to my mind. Well, what if you have a $5,000 bill 4 or 5 years in a row? I mean, you might still hit that threshold, but they might have been spread out over 5 years, and as we've had repairs across this county, I don't think there's been a lot of specific tracking of, oh, this district has had multiple things in a row. Especially until we started using the ARC collector, and then you can kind of see those points on the map, and you can see, okay, there was another repair close in the same field a year or two ago. I mean, that doesn't have all the information as far as total bills and all that stuff, but if you have multiple repairs in a consecutive fashion, or even not in a consecutive fashion, you may trigger that same threshold.
Right, and you can see those, you know, year after year, and if the repairs become more frequent, then obviously at that point, the conversation comes up, well, you're doing more repairs. Wouldn't an improvement or major repair, you know, be more logical at that point, thus than needing to do a reclassification because you're gonna have a larger bill? But, I mean, you could get a $5,000, you know, bill to a district, you know, year and year, and that could just be simply from taking down trees from an open ditch. I mean, that doesn't, would you reclassify a drainage district because you had to remove some trees from an open ditch?
Well, an open ditch you would have the schedule for, and that wouldn't change, cause everybody'd be paying for that, so. It's more when you get outside of the open ditch to lateral systems that originally didn't have schedules, and that's where a lot of these are 50 to 100 plus years old. Especially any that we'd probably be talking about reclassifying. They haven't been classified since the law was updated, and that was, to define them being broke out by the laterals, that was probably 20 years ago in code, I'm guessing, off the top of my head.
I'm also not a legal historian, but it'd be something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna say it's 20 years written in stone, but I know it was a update of the law a significant time ago.
Yeah, it's been a number of years that took effect.
What are other counties doing? Are they trying to systematically improve their situation?
I know of one that is, one of your neighbors has been doing it for years, to my knowledge, of systematically going through and doing them, just as they come up. Else, it's been the conversation of what is the right triggering event, and for everybody, that's a little different.
We aren't naming the neighboring county, but what is their triggering event?
I believe it just went in, that they were just into, not necessarily a policy, but just a systematic, we're gonna start, I don't know if they did it numerically or what, but it was just as they went, as the years went by, they just picked ones that they saw a need and had them done.
Can you speak to how the landowners have reacted to that?
I just know of it as the engineering firm that is doing them is not, we're not the ones doing that, so I can't really speak to the reception of that. Only that they've continued, as I understand it, they've continued to do it, so, I could look into more information and speak to that more later if you'd like. But I do know, yes, to answer the question, I do know of the one that is systematically reclassifying their districts.
I looked back on the repair requests, and in 2020, for drain 69, we had 5. 2021, 22, 23, there were no requests. 24, there were 6, and 25, there were 4. So, I mean, it's not like, there's 3 years in a row, there are no requests.
But even in the last 2, there's 10.
Right. But, there again,
Year to year is gonna be different, yeah.
Yeah, and some of that depends on the weather we get and all that, I mean, I'm sure you could find trends or lack of trends across a lot of districts.
I'm sure you could, but we were talking about this one, so I looked that up. I don't know. Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
don't know if you had more to say or if you
Oh,
were
no,
trying to get out the door.
I'd stick around for sake of the discussion as long as you'd like. Again, it's not, I see both sides of it. I'm certainly not looking for something to do. We capable of doing it. We gear up and do and help and be there in the event for anything. And I see both sides of that. In my mind, it is a nice thing, even if it's not acted on, I do think it's something that's worthwhile in thinking and considering. We do, with weather patterns and things, you do see more of those damages, but what's worth it to the districts? So that's.
Well, toward that end, no matter what we decide today, can we ask you to try to make a point to become more knowledgeable of what other people are doing and what are
Yeah.
triggering it?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So yeah, no, certainly, I tune my ears to that sort of thing and report back with my findings, so.
Yeah, I mean, even like we were talking before, the statewide supervisors meeting is a great place to ask other people questions about that stuff too.
I agree, yeah.
Well, does anybody have a motion to make, or do we wanna?
We already have
We have a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, you did make a motion, I'm sorry,
This-
that's right, that's right,
discussion.
that's right. It's been a while ago.
That's okay.
Okay, well, we have a motion in a second. Is there further discussion on the motion, which is to proceed with doing a reclassification by appointing Bolton and Mank? Okay, then we can do roll call.
I won't make you vote in front of me, I'm taking it.
See you, Tyler.
Okay, Wactor. No. Garmin,
No.
Stecker,
Yes.
Haas,
No,
Nath,
No. We'll wait on,
yeah,
see what Tyler brings back.
that's where I'm at to see what,
Doesn't have to be done today.
I,
so what do you want us to do with this bill, play it out of the open ditch, or, yep, okay,
Until it's reclassified, that's.
Would have to be.
Okay. we will do that.
I wholeheartedly agree, it's a little bit unfair the way it's been paid now, but that's been going on, but then we probably gotta start sometime. So,
Okay, we will, where are we at? Change the election center rental fee.
Okay,
And we were talking about going from 250 that back down to 150, was it?
Make that motion.
Okay, motion by Garmin to, change that rental fee from 250 down to 150. Is there a second to that motion? And again, is there a second?
I just wanna be some discussion, I'm not, I'll second for discussion
Okay.
again.
I
Second.
guess so the discussion I'll have is when we were charging $150, we were making around $3,000. When we change it to $250, it's $750. Why would we not wanna make a little extra income? And, you know, based upon Tammy's, what she has told us is there is interest, but it stops when they're told to rent. I think, that was one of the things that, I mean, I feel very passionate about the election center. I was a big driving force behind that, and one of the things that the supervisors at that point had said is it better get used. They wanted it used, they wanted that front portion used, and one of the reasons they wanted at that time was for it to be rented out for, activities. So, to me, I don't know why we would try and eliminate that. Why wouldn't we wanna try and make more income? I know it's not a ton of income in the grand scheme of things, but it is definitely will help pay the utilities and whatnot, so.
My comment, is just twofold, one being, there's two sides to the income thing. Well, number one, there's ground between 250 and 150. I would probably be in favor of going, you know, picking like a 175 or something like that. And the two would be, just because it's income doesn't mean it adds to your bottom line. You know, I tried to ask what the expenses were associated with the,
It's in
yeah,
our,
for the janitors, and there might not be any additional expense, it might be all profit, so.
it's in our budget.
Will stated he had to come in on the weekend anyway, and so
I heard that,
He did.
And
Sounded
they
like-
also said normally people clean up pretty well after themselves.
I'm sure you always get a bad apple in the basket once in a while, but.
Well, I mean, 150 is there. I don't wish to amend my motion, but, if we wanna vote on it, that's fine, if somebody wants to make it up, then perfect,
Okay.
go for it.
Any further discussion on this motion?
I'd make a motion to amend to 175 instead of 150.
Okay, we have a motion to amend by Stecker. To amend the amount from 150 to 175, second by Wactor. Okay. Discussion on the amendment.
I guess I asked Tammy's opinion about that, you're the one fielding the calls.
Well, at the department head meeting on Thursday, they looked into what the shelter houses charge for rent, locally, and they were about 150. And one of them is new, and,
Oh, the Teats one,
yeah,
Did they get an answer on that one?
I thought they said 150 on that one.
for that one?
Yeah,
They looked them up as we were sitting.
yeah, and so I think to be comparable, I don't know, it's just my thought.
That might be the only one that has climate control too, or no?
They looked up that one and, was it Vets Park?
Vets Park, I think,
Yeah,
yeah.
that
Well,
one's temperature
that is
controlled,
temperature
yeah.
Oh, it is on the
Yeah.
inside portion, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what did they say the nature center was?
That's 250, I believe.
Bigger room.
Yeah, it's big.
Bigger room and bigger outside, you know, people can go outside, people can, I mean, it's just a bigger area in general.
Yeah,
You're at the lake,
And
yeah.
you're paying for the view.
you are.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Do I need a second to that?
We got one, Josh did.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Roll call vote on the amendment, please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
No,
Stecker,
Yes.
Haas,
That's not that big a decision, why am I hesitation?
I understand.
I'm gonna say, based on, if they indeed looked up these others and they weren't, I'll say no.
Okay,
Nath,
no. Then we will, vote on the main motion. If there's any further discussion to that. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Wactor,
Yes.
Garmin,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Haas,
Yes.
Nath.
Yes. Okay, motion carried, we'll change the rental fee back to 150 then.
Okay.
Okay, do we want a break or do we wanna do right away quick and then do a break before budget discussion?
Call Doug,
Call
tell
Doug
him
and
if you happen to be
take
here in
5
10
minutes.
minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Do you
fine.
wanna do auditor and supervisors
Let's go
discussion
ahead and do
first,
that.
because then he'll be
Then
up
he
for
can
the
just
rest
stay
of
up
it,
there.
Okay,
is that okay?
I don't
Do
know.
we wanna dive into engineer and transfer station right away, or do we wanna do any of the others first? If they're quicker, maybe?
Okay.
Well, it'd be nice to get some done, because engineer does take a longer, so if we could get some of those and say, hey, we're done with those.
Let's
Yeah.
do a 10-minute break, we'll come back
Okay.
and do Doug with right away and then we'll do the other smaller budgets before getting into him. Is that what you're thinking? Or a couple of them anyway?
Well, if we start on engineer and transfer station, I
We'll probably.
don't know that we will.
We won't get to
we
the
will
others.
go anywhere else.
Yep, yep,
so,
I agree.
Unless we're staying all day.
Well, cause Amber, you
No,
gotta be gone
yeah.
yet.
I do have to be gone, I do,
Okay,
sorry, but.
what time do you leave?
I don't Howard.
That,
That's
I have to
fine.
start drinking my stuff.
Fine.
We're gonna at least
I
do
don't
right
think you
away
want me
here
here
in
when
10
I'm
minutes.
drinking that.
Alright,
But if you guys continue, I mean, whatever, but,
sure, so is it next week that we're touring the
yes.
EMS building?
Yes, yep. Is that at 1 o'clock?
It is.
Yeah, that's right.
I have something at 3 o'clock next week.
Well,
It shouldn't be that long.
No,
I
don't
wouldn't
think
think
so
it'll take
either.
us 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't either, but I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Yeah.
And we probably won't, if that's the case, we shouldn't be doing any other budget stuff or any of that in the afternoon either, probably, just
Yeah.
whatever in the morning.
Well, really after we get through these other smaller ones, we can go through the discretionary ones, it'd be about all else is left, that and engineer transfer station. And that pretty much gets to the majority of it,
And then.
and then
see
health
what-
insurance.
Well, yeah, and it'd be nice to have that conversation sooner than later.
Yeah.
We're gonna be
I saw-
in January.
I saw Doug send us a couple things this morning.
Yeah.
I'm at a meeting today, but, I am retiring. I would think that if I have need for, a credit thing in the future, I come back to you, and I guess you decide on a basis then, I guess, okay, so let's go that route. I'm not against, going through the process, but my hesitation has been, I think it'd be a waste of your time and energy, so. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
doesn't look, if somebody takes the time to look at it and understand it, it doesn't look real fine.
Yeah, they're really sweet, sour.
Sweet and sour.
Didn't wanna jerk you around, but we're probably gonna have you for right away and then ask you to leave and come back again.
That's fine, no problem.
Right away in discussion.
I don't have to walk outside.
Yeah. Is the snow still gonna come this
We were
afternoon?
spoiled there, whatever, Christmas time, New Year's, and now all of a sudden, yesterday was, that wind was cold yesterday. And
He said on
see
the
what
radio this
tonight
morning,
brings.
90 to 100% chance, so I assume that they're not gonna change their mind on the snow.
Yeah.
I hope they're wrong, I won't crucify them for
Well,
being wrong.
it sounds like as soon as the first one ends, the next one starts.
Yeah.
And that one ends and then the next one starts.
Just, I don't know, talked to a few people that went to Mesa City Sunday and came back, and for as little snow as what we got, visibility must have been terrible on Highway 18.
I think it
Saturday.
really tanked in the afternoon, like,
Saturday morning was terrible. We had to go to Lone Rock, over by Lone Rock, to cut bacon, and our road, and then probably halfway to Lone Rock, visibility was very, very poor.
Yeah,
yeah.
Brian and Scott were out Saturday morning, and I was visiting with them, and there was a little bit of more snow forecasted later on. Kinda waiting to see what happens with that and everything. But, yeah, Saturday morning, I talked to another person that actually drove, they were in Minneapolis, and they, decided not to come back Friday. And then Saturday morning, and they said Clear Lake to, Algona was not the best Saturday morning.
Yeah.
That was 9 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Had a cousin who called on Friday morning, she's in Milwaukee, or the Milwaukee area, and said, what do you think? I said, well, look at the 511, but I said, I think if I was gonna come, I don't think the main roads are that bad.
No,
I'd be here by dark, though, and that's what she did, and it wasn't that bad on Friday afternoon, she said.
yeah. No, I think that for the most part, that it wasn't that the snow was accumulating or anything, it's just visibility.
Blowing, yeah.
I didn't go far on Saturday, Friday. I went down the Hobarton Blacktop to the south, and I was behind a semi going 30, and I wasn't gonna pass him, so.
The rain first, snow second,
Yeah. It was slippery.
yes.
If I was gonna do it again, I would've just gone down the gravel, skipped the blacktop.
But then for you to go.
You can't go down the
Depending on
gravel.
where you're.
Yeah, I couldn't go down the gravel.
You used to be able to get to a gravel pretty quick from your, out on Highway 18,
Yeah.
not anymore.
No.
Well, you could,
Go around. Yeah, it affects me, but that's life. There's a cattle truck and the wind was blowing, and so he had a large sail going, and I didn't really blame him, but it was about 10 or 15 miles slower than I would have been going had he not been there, so.
Yeah.
Good morning, Doug.
good morning.
Anything for right away today?
We do not have any requests for work in the road right away.
Okay, discussion?
Last week we talked a little bit about gravel roads thawing.
Not anymore.
They have hardened up. So, but no, we did go out and I know we put some, rock on some roads to try to firm them up last week. I did drive on a couple of them yesterday. Things are obviously froze again, and, I think the aggregate is placed, so we will not be throwing it all off in the ditch. And the next time we have to move snow, maybe we won't have to move snow on gravel roads. So, we have a mower tractor, number 618, that has a damaged engine it overheated, we were hoping that it was just a head gasket, but it isn't, and the whole engine needs to be replaced. It is a 2009 John Deere with the Tiger rear mower, one of our not our newest, but the next in line. It's gonna be over $25,000 expenditure to get that repaired. We could have just had a mid-shop overhaul, it was $20,000 to do that. To get a remanufactured engine, it was $23,000, and we did extend the warranty on that to a 5-year. We got a gas tank that's bad on it, needs to be replaced, hoses and belts and different things like that that will be part of that, but it will be quite a bit of an expense. Continuing nighttime sign inventory, boring for the substructure last week, they encountered some problems with their machine, so they only got 2 bridges out of 4 completed. They'll be coming back. I think I mentioned to you that the painting crew was up last Tuesday. They got up here and their equipment didn't work, so they did not accomplish anything that way. As far as waste management, working on the annual meeting, and I did receive some more information from Michelle for self-insurance. I emailed that to the board, and I've tentatively scheduled with her 10:30 next week. Will that work into the board's agenda?
Yes,
Okay, I'll get a request to you.
okay.
Okay.
So we'll get some of those discussions ready to go. That's kind of everything that I have right now, anyway.
Okay. Very good, any?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. Is there any status update on the junkyard on Highway 9? Has that been cleaned up?
We are, I wanna get that camera put up there, then we will go and clean it up, and then it'll be all cleaned up and we'll be able to go from there. In fact, I'd like to have the camera up when we go and clean it to show that we did the work.
Okay.
So, yes, it's just a matter of getting that.
Do you remember what Derek had said for a timeline on that? It was.
He had a week or two, it was right after the New Year's, so I'll talk with Derek. In fact, they were calling me, somebody was calling me from IT right before I came up here. I did not answer the phone.
Okay, and then a couple other questions. For the tower by Bert, how much longer is the equipment and all the stuff for the utility work supposed to be there?
Well, they have more work to do, there, so, we kind of, keep visiting with them about that, but until they get that job done, which is going actually from east of town all the way to Fenton, and I know they still have some work around Burt to complete.
Okay. Is that affecting us hauling rock to the, or gravel to the tower at all?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Is there a reason that we don't have much stockpiled there right now?
We've been trying to work on equipment, and we've been trying to, work on shops, getting those cleaned up as well, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Alright,
All right,
we'll see you in a bit.
you bet,
Yeah,
thanks.
thanks.
After a while.
All right.
Okay, discussion with the auditor.
Okay, we are gonna have a special election on March 3rd for North
Okay.
Kossuth. That will affect 3 precincts, Lakota, Sway City, and Bancroft, so we will be getting ready for that. A new drainage clerk will start February 9th. I don't know if she's had time to let her employer know, but,
Okay.
so I'm not gonna tell you who it is right now, but you're welcome to stop by my office if you have questions.
Okay.
And we are going to be offering, the real estate position to somebody also very
Okay.
soon, so.
Good deal.
DD4 Lat 4, Bob Goodwin asked me to put together a worksheet like I did for DD4 Open Ditch. DD4 Lat 4 is a little bit different because FEMA wasn't involved as far as I know, but I put a copy of that worksheet that I'm working on the drainage drive, if you wouldn't mind looking at it for me quick. It's under drainage and then DD4 Lat 4, and then the worksheet. And I guess some of the biggest questions that I have here, I know Secondary Road paid like $99,000 towards this, but I'm just wondering if anybody knows of anything else that would have been received other than interest and the taxes we received from the landowners.
So I went to that drainage folder and clicked on that, is that correct?
Yeah.
And I've still got plat book and assessments?
No,
Wrong
so
spot?
it's actually the drainage network drive that's mapped.
Okay,
So
tell me where.
I don't see, actually, right under Windows, says drainage right there, click on that. Yep, then DD4 Lat 4.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I just copied this from what we did for the open ditch because that seemed to work pretty well. And so this is what I have. I just wanna know if you guys know of anything else. It's a big file, so I don't wanna miss anything. I know the 99,000 from Secondary Road needs to be added. Are you guys aware of anything
Would
else?
have that been in the warrants? Well, you're thinking that the 99,000 from Secondary Road is not included in the assessments? Or not included in the money received?
In the money received.
Why would,
Why
okay,
would it not
why,
be?
yeah, and like, why
So-
would anything be missing, I guess, I don't know,
No,
and maybe I'm not understanding.
no, I just mean, so I haven't gotten all my reports from Nick yet for the fund, you know, what was received each month, so I'm still missing that, but, I guess what I'm asking is there anything else? Like, there's no FEMA, I know that, but is there anything else that would have come in that I'm excluding?
Do we have any waivers that are still outstanding, and do we have any, no, I just had something else on the tip.
Yeah, I haven't finished that part, I believe there is still waivers, but I haven't,
Okay, so that would be potentially substantial on the income side of things.
no, I mean, I know that, I'm looking for anything extra that this project would have involved.
No,
Okay.
I don't, not to my knowledge, it should have been a relatively simple
Okay.
improvement project.
Okay.
Which one is this? Tell me where it is.
Right on the east side of Bancroft.
When was the last time you did work there?
Well, the major project, which would have
16.
kind of been the basis of this whole conversation, would have been back in that,
13, 14.
yeah, 13, 14, 15 timeframe.
Okay.
Okay, then I will just finish up those things then, and then I will get that to him. Okay.
Thanks for working on that.
Yeah, and then another worksheet, and we can talk about this when we get to budgets if you want to, but if you go under public drive, go to courthouse, go to supervisors, and then go to budget. go to the 27 budget info. The top folder should say ARPA.
Okay, I got lost, so I went to the
I'm
public
not
drive.
Yeah.
I couldn't click fast enough.
Yeah, go, sorry.
ARPA funds paid.
I gotta add it back one more step here. So now we're going to the public drive
Oh, that's.
and budget.
Go to board of supervisors.
Board of Supervisors.
Where's that at?
Well, I work on
Up here.
computers all day, so.
Then budget, like fifth or sixth from the top. Then 27, and then
Okay, Amber had asked to know where we stood with ARPA funds, so I kind of took and cleaned up the worksheet that I had, because there's a lot of information we don't need on that worksheet, and broke it down into how much was paid by fiscal year and by department, so you can kind of go down and see how much each department was given for ARPA funds, and that at the bottom, the amount in ARPA funds that was paid each year. The amount approved was, or the amount we received was $2,877,252. And so to date, spent and budgeted, and what I mean by that is in this fiscal year, we have budgeted $150,000 and $70,000, which is $220,000. So that's already in this budget that we're working on, or that's this current fiscal year. So there's only $18,207.40 outstanding. We have, approved resolutions for that amount, but that's the money that hasn't been budgeted and hasn't been spent.
Okay, should we be budgeting it and spending it?
Either this next year or the year that we're in. So if you look at, that new ambulance, for example, we need to talk to Phil and find out if he's gonna be ordering that new ambulance this year, cause he has budgeted $150,000 in the budget we're in right now, and as far as I know, he has not ordered anything. If it costs more than $150, up to that $200 that was approved, that will take care of that $18,000. And then the $70,000 for the liaison is in this year's budget. So
the 18,000 that we have left is gonna go to the ambulance.
well, it
Supposed
could, we need to ask Phil, cause he'd have to amend his budget for that to increase it, but we need to ask him if he's doing that and what the cost is going to be.
And then, so for next year, if he isn't this fiscal year, should he put that extra $18,207 in there? So that
And the
it's there?
$150 for the ambulance,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, again,
Yes,
yes, okay.
correct. So, does that make sense? Does anybody have any questions about that?
Makes sense.
Okay,
Okay,
alright, and then,
What- Howard, you?
Well, yeah, probably ridiculous, but, so if he orders that next year and if for some reason it doesn't come in, what happens then to that money?
well, it has to be spent by December of 26. So it
Pretty
has
darn
to
soon.
be, he doesn't have a choice, or we lose it, we have to pay back.
So can he pay it even if it's not in? I don't know what the rule.
We're not supposed to, but we did have a
we have it.
thing where they ordered a chassis and paid for it because at that time they required it or something.
Yep.
So,
Seems like we should be getting it ordered sooner rather than later.
I agree.
I think there is one that's ordered, I think there's even talked about ordering the next one, but
Okay.
we'd have to double check with it,
Okay.
but I think there is one.
we need to do that to make sure, so. They were putting in new air handlers.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've
I
never
was like, I've never
Yes.
heard that before.
New air handlers with, well, they'll have 5 fans instead of 2, one came broken, so they're replacing that one. And I guess they're quite powerful, so they started the project yesterday or finishing today, so that's
I
what
saw
you're
all the
hearing.
trucks here yesterday, and
yeah.
I was like, oh, what's going on?
Yeah,
So the $70,000,
mhm,
is that money what we're going to pay the city?
yes,
Yes,
Okay, so we need to find out from them, are we paying it this fiscal year?
yes,
or-
it's in the budget for the year we're in right now.
Yeah, cause it's also on the line item for this coming
Well,
fiscal year, so
and
we don't really,
so Roger, I think, he's not gonna be able to use that next fiscal year. because it's supposed to be paid this fiscal year, and if they plan on paying it, it can't be out of that line item if it's not with ARPA funds, cause that's an ARPA fund line only.
So that should be taken out of the
we need
budget
to-
for next year.
Yes.
We need to get rid of that and get that spent this,
Yes, yes, so I need to contact the city about that, and, or actually, I need to ask Melissa, see if she's gotten an invoice, maybe she's already gotten an invoice for that.
and that was in the sheriff's budget.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then that's all I have.
Okay.
Tammy, on your spreadsheet for interest received, column E, is that what would have been paid by the district?
Let me go back to that.
Yeah,
Gotta help the rest of us out.
sorry,
Yeah,
okay. So.
I guess received paid, it comes in, goes back out.
Yeah, it would've, yeah, it'd probably be better than billing it as paid, because that would've been an expense to the district. I'm just trying to connect all the dots in my head as we're sitting here.
Which one were you saying?
Column E, interest, it says RCBD.
Yeah.
I can put it however you want. I don't think it'll let me edit this one, cause too many people are in it, but I can change it.
Yeah, when I opened it, it said Josh had it locked for editing,
Yeah.
so Josh wrote it.
That's okay. You're good,
If you edit it and then save it in the same place, it'll just overwrite the old one, so it's
but
not.
it won't let me save it, cause I'm in read only, is what I'm
I
saying.
opened mine.
Yeah, but if you
only.
enable it for editing,
Mine doesn't let me, right now it
Mine
doesn't,
is made only too.
yeah.
The B4 one, you prefer that one?
That money's ever been there at all, even in the summer?
I don't remember.
So is that gonna be there in the future, that noise?
No, they're just finishing up all of the,
Good work.
they're working on it today. They're here and doing whatever they need to do.
so the noise is gonna go away
Yes,
slightly.
yes.
Yeah, I've never heard anything like that before.
Yeah, no, they're just working on it, getting everything, getting everything ready to go, so.
Okay. Alright,
Well,
do we have anything else to talk about with that spreadsheet or anything?
okay.
Not immediately, I mean,
Okay,
I need.
well, we can visit with Tammy about it after too.
Yeah,
Okay, board reports quick, Josh, do you have any meetings?
I was not able
Did you?
to, make it, but I had, emergency, response to NCERC.
Mhm.
And then the transportation policy board, I did get the minutes from the transportation policy board, I have not had a chance to get the minutes from the other ones yet, but, so, if anyone wants to see the minutes, I
Okay.
can go over it with you, but, yeah, other than that, I didn't have any meetings.
Okay. Amber?
I just went to the department head discussion and it was just a nice discussion about a lot of different things, so.
Okay. Okay,
I had to see a JDC on Friday.
I was at the department head meeting also, but that's the only meeting I had.
yeah, I had no meetings, I did hear from Colin, the shake it from Westergaard, said Reitzel was supposed to be starting to haul riprap to the ditch while the ground was frozen, starting this past week, so do what they can until, obviously no work to the ditch can be completed right now. But that has started.
Not to put you on the spot, did that lining ever happen in Whittemore, or is it gonna happen this winter,
Yes, it's going to happen. Vista Sewer, it was just through a repair request, Vista Sewer was going to be doing the lining, or not doing the lining, doing the, finish cleaning out the work that they had started and televising it, so we knew exactly what all needed to be lined, whether that was the whole thing or we were just gonna do it in sections. And so that we knew how to bid it out. And they've dropped the ball on communication. They had some people leave the company. I tried getting a hold of people and found out that these people no longer were there, and it's just been kind of a comedy, yeah. So I finally got a hold of the superintendent of the crew or whatever, and they were gonna get a camera truck over and finish cleaning it out 2 or 3 weeks ago, and said they would contact me when they were done. I haven't heard a word. I've tried calling both of my contacts there. I still have not heard back. So that's where it sits. We received a letter from the city, and I understand they're not happy with the timeline of how things are going, cause I have other contractors waiting on wanting to produce bids, but obviously would like to see what the shape of the pipe is in.
Absolutely.
So,
Are you just needing cleaning and televising right now to get to bids? Because there's other companies that.
I know there's a company that did, but I need to know if they did it. I mean, if Vista Sewer already did it, I'm not gonna have another company come in and do it. I need to know.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna charge the district
Right.
twice for something.
Right, exactly.
So, I even called again just this past day, yesterday I did, and so, yesterday was MLK Day, maybe they had it off, I don't know, but either way, I still have not heard anything. That's where that sits.
Well, shoot, let's just say that.
It's been a frustrating process,
I bet.
so,
Sorry.
no, that's fine, that's a good question, cause that way you guys know where things are at there. Alright, we will go ahead with budgets, Will, I assume that's why you're in here,
yeah,
guess,
unless you're just in here to smile at us.
I am.
Yeah.
I asked him to come up.
Okay,
He was directed to get some more information for you, and
yep,
I think he did that.
We got concrete, numbers. You're looking,
what budget was this?
I think we decided this was under capital projects and non-departmental, right?
I believe so.
Yes.
But you said something about you could pull it a couple places if you needed to or something.
Two different.
Okay, either way, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just the concrete and rebar alone, you're looking about 64,000. That's no rock, depending on when we tear it up, what the structure underneath looks like, gravel, whatever we use.
Okay,
Right around that 64,000, about 287 yards of concrete for the whole parking lot.
okay. And the road department would or would not, or would they be,
Oh, yeah, I'm
The ones
assuming
doing it, okay,
they would help, yes, but that's, you don't know until you start tearing it up.
right,
There's just some underlying things. But,
yeah,
I mean, I can't imagine it's that bad under there, but, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you're gonna have a little bit of rock for grading, cause you pull in
right,
equipment and stuff, make trenches, that kind
Right.
of crap, but it shouldn't be extraordinary.
And is that extending it like you had wanted?
Yes, I don't know what I went, 4 feet on the
extra
south
few feet,
and
okay,
maybe 6 feet on the north.
6 feet on the north?
Yeah, up to the trees.
Up to or through?
Well, give or take
Okay.
6 inches.
Okay.
How come I'm
I
not
mean,
finding
there's that, whatever you want, the ramp area, I took that little section out, but, I mean, it's,
To just leave that the way it is.
well, the ramp,
Yep.
I mean, the part up to the, bollards there, the yellow
Yeah.
bollards, that would have to come back out, cause I'm assuming that transition's gonna be different.
Yeah, maybe.
So that would be new, cause if you drop that parking lot a little bit, that would screw up that transition, so you'd want it all together.
You think you'd go lower with the whole parking lot?
You drop it some, yeah, you can,
Yeah, I mean.
just to make it easier out on that end.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause it's humped up in the middle,
Yeah.
so if you dropped it to make
And
it,
it's got a pretty good slope to get down the ramp.
yeah, well, that would help that
Yeah.
ramp, if you drop that in the middle, it would make it less steep at the top,
Yeah.
where we have so many issues. I shouldn't say issues, where you have to put so much salt, so you don't have an issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I see the revenue item for that capital projects, the 50,000 we have in there, but I'm not finding the expenditure for that.
We must be transferring it in there from somewhere.
Is it under courthouse?
Well, this is under non-departmental capital
Yeah, but
Yeah,
projects.
but
there's the expense
Is,
under
yeah,
Under, well, is it on page 5, Tammy?
Oh, yes, there, I see it now, okay, thank you. So do we wanna leave that at 50,000 and then I guess we had talked about separating it into 2 years, is it still feasible to do part of it this year and part of it next year, or what are you thinking?
What am I thinking? I don't, makes me no never mind. It's one of the things where I would not separate it in 2 years. If you're gonna, I mean, you can do it in 2 budget years.
That's
But-
what I
That's what
mean,
we-
that's what I
Okay.
mean.
Paying,
Yeah.
paying the bills.
Yeah.
across the
Cause we
board.
Yeah.
have 50,000 for this year budgeted.
Do we have more in that fund from previous transfers though? Cause that's one that
So we
rolls
did
over, isn't
24,
it?
25, and 25, 26. In the current, if those two together, it'd be 100.
does that one that rolls over, is that
No.
just one we
It's-
put in the budget just in
Yeah.
case we did it that
Yes,
year?
yeah, you
so
have to
it's-
budget it every year,
But then on the revenue side, is it on, 31,000?
yes.
Yeah, so the revenue side, the 31,000 fund is what holds that $50,000. So like it doesn't go away, so it's in there.
Correct.
Yeah,
So-
so
But
would
it don't
help the
multiply.
previous
So-
years though?
Right,
That's what you said last
It
time.
holds the fund if it was transferred into there. If 50,000 was transferred in there, it should be in there.
So since
Cause it
it
was-
wasn't, if it wasn't transferred in fiscal year 25, which it doesn't look like it was,
It
then.
hasn't been yet, but it could be if we're going to spend it.
No, I mean last fiscal year. On page 5,
24 to
it's
25.
blank in the used column, so it looks like that wasn't transferred. Maybe.
It doesn't get transferred until we have to use it.
Well, if you transfer it, it builds that money in that fund.
Should have.
Cause it's in operating transfer, so it's budgeted as a transfer, so if it was transferred, you should have that 50,000 just in that fund. So if we budget it
This year.
this year, it's covering what we already have in the fund, but if we're gonna spend more than that, we should budget another 50,000 to be in there and transferred, so that leaves that balance. So there'd be like 100,000 in there total, but we're
Right.
gonna spend over
Yeah.
over 60.
I'm guessing you're probably, without knowing, like I said, what we're gonna use in rock, I mean, a little bit of secondary road fuel and rock. That's, I mean, the concrete and the rebar is a big expense. I mean, you have,
It doesn't hurt to have a little balance in there, in the capital projects, cause it's just kinda like the savings account, trying to figure out bigger expenses. So even if we have 20,000 left, well, it's 20,000 we can use somewhere else.
I mean, you got 900 sticks of rebar in that parking lot. Them are the two big expenses.
Yeah.
Okay, so leave it at 50. And then transfer the 50 from this year.
So we
Okay.
have that balance.
Yep, okay. Okay, so then what's the other thing? I gotta look at my notes here. That's the sheriff.
Can you feel the air?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Oh, I can shake this building with the new ones.
Is it always gonna have a sound?
I don't know, they're still setting it up and getting the programming done on it right now, but they fired it yesterday just to make sure everything was wired per se.
Yeah.
And he cranked that up and it literally shook the ductwork.
Really?
So when people start complaining that there's not enough air, okie dokie, they'll fix your little red light.
Too much.
Yeah, that's what he told me this morning, he said it could blow your shirt off. The other thing we were talking about with Will was, the elevator. I know he said that we wouldn't need to replace the shaft, he didn't think, but, right now we have 2,000 in that American Disabled Act. Do we wanna keep that in there, do we wanna add anything else to?
I would always keep it in there,
And do you?
always keep money in there.
Right, do you wanna add anything, or that's okay? Yep.
Well, is there anything that is coming up that,
What, with the,
with the Disabled Act,
I don't,
anything?
something to think about is, if you're, I don't know how to say it, if you were really thinking about it, when that ramp was done to the north, it wasn't done correctly. They just basically, they put the heat in it, but it's not installed correctly, and that's why we get the big ice problems. Like the front is, when the wind blows, there ain't nothing you can do to stop the snow, but when it stops blowing, it should thaw out. Well, this one has no insulation under it. So I don't know if that's something you wanna think about while you're doing this project. A little more concrete, the tubing is cheap, I mean, that's up to you guys. That way it's being installed correctly, and on the same token, the steps are moving down there. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but the two sets of steps that come down from the sidewalk to the ramp, you got gaps from the wall about that much. They were never tied together. So if that's something you wanna think about and discuss, we can. You're
Well,
talking a little bit of labor, but not a tremendous amount.
if we have, 50,000 in that fund, and then another 50,000 in that fund, are we gonna come close to?
I don't think you should, no, cause you're only,
I mean,
maybe you're
would
adding,
we have enough? Would we have enough with
I think so.
100,000?
yes. I mean, cause you're adding maybe another truck on the ramp itself, another 10 yards. It's another, concrete prices, they said my price was going up $8, so it's like $191 and change a yard.
It's easier to have it torn up once.
Well, that's kind of my thought, but as long as you were asking, I thought I would address it. Because it would be nice to get that ramp, so I don't have to pour.
What kind of timeline are we looking at for the whole project?
Yeah.
Well, that would depend on secondary road. I mean, I'm here every day, we can make that work, but depending, if they have an emergency or something. I mean, tearing it out, yeah, you could get it tore out and the majority of it put back within a 2-week time span, I would guess. You're pouring every day, a piece of it.
So here's my question, it's not what you were talking about, but all of a sudden I was like, okay, we have a transfer from the general basic fund to the 31,000 fund capital projects. We also need an expenditure to spend out of that 31,000 fund, is that in here?
Yeah, that's what I was asking, and you told me page 4.
Well, that was just the transfer, but no, not the 31,000 fund, I didn't find that.
No, I couldn't find that one either.
No, I misunderstood you. Clear back then. So I think we need to do that.
Okay.
We need to build a line item
Okay.
to spend the money.
Okay. And it should be out of non-departmental. So, okay.
But on the same hand, or same token, I mean, this is up to you guys, you could eliminate them steps and that sidewalk and just have a ramp back there. A heated ramp, and that would cut down on the labor also. I'd be tickled, cause then sons of guns blowing with snow and you can't, but that'd be your guys' call, just having, you know, basically an access for.
You want me to put 100,000 in that line item?
Well,
Yeah, probably.
Well, no, cause maybe half of it'll be this year. And half this.
well, we would have to
We'd have to
amend,
do that, so
we'd have to amend for that, so I'm wondering if we just,
just pay the bill next fiscal year.
next fiscal year is when we're paying for it.
Okay, so we'll just,
We're
I'll
gonna-
put 100,000 in it. We'll transfer this year and we'll have next year's, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and if I mean, to be honest, I thought we were gonna have big issues with Kempstone, but they have been a gem to work with. And if I called up to Jared, the salesman, and said, hey, look, we're gonna do this project, you won't be getting a check until July, I don't think he's gonna have any issues. And I mean,
If we start in June or something, you mean,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
even if we start in May, he's not, a lot of times I don't get a bill from them when I do it on my personal side, for 3 to 4 weeks to start with, so.
Well, as a county, he knows we're not gonna jip him.
Yeah.
What are the dimensions out there?
245 feet, I think by 75, Howard?
That's the new dimensions of the old?
Yes, that's the new.
That's new.
I mean, I could be off a couple feet there, but that's fairly close.
Back to the staircase, is there any, I know it's a ridiculous thing that, there's nothing with the Disabilities Act that you gotta have a staircase, or you just have to have a
No, I think
ramp?
they've just always been there. When you guys
We
leave,
have
I mean,
stairs on the front side.
yeah,
Yeah, no, is there somebody that's gonna,
somebody's gonna bitch, there ain't nothing you can do about that.
about not having stairs?
Yeah, I mean, but literally, what's safer to walk down, a heated ramp or a set of stairs?
I
You know, widen that ramp out then if the stairs do get removed?
Nope.
We're just gonna leave it as is?
The only difference would be they have a handrail,
There's that,
you know.
But
You
it's
could
like-
put rails inside the retaining wall.
Is the retaining wall concrete, or what is it?
no, it's landscaping.
Block.
So you would patch where the stairs are?
Yes, I would add rock. And the retaining, just continue, there's a piece of retaining wall there to make it like a terrace. Extend that to the wall that's part of the courthouse.
Cause I think regardless, sometimes people still, even if it is a ramp, still need something, might need something to hold on to.
Yeah.
I could see adding handrail at least on one side.
So is that an issue with the retaining wall, not a handrail to the retaining wall?
No, you'd be putting it in the ground.
You
It
put
would
it
go
in
in
the
the-
concrete.
It would actually go in the rock, you could sink it down, you know, and put the rock around it.
You could probably even surface mount it to the concrete.
If we redid it, we could, right now they've got like a bevel on it,
Yeah.
it's dumb, but.
Okay,
I mean,
That's something to think about though, if that's what you plan to do, need to know that ahead of time so we don't run a loop there, so we can drill into the concrete to mount the handrail.
Yeah.
I'd say if we're gonna do it, I do think a handrail is important.
I do too.
especially, you know, I know the ramp isn't like steep or anything, but if somebody's unsteady on their feet,
Sure, I'm not disagreeing with you, I
And it
mean,
wouldn't
it's,
hurt anything for snow
Like me.
removal or any of that, cause you're not gonna be doing anything.
no, most of the time when, I mean, I have taken the snow blower down there when it gets thick to help get some of the heavy off, but most of it's all done with the shovel anyway, so.
Yeah. And if you put it right along the edge.
And I really wouldn't care if you got rid of the steps, and I had to work around one handrail instead of 8 steps to scoop off when they're drifted in.
I usually use the ramp. I have used the steps, but I usually use the ramp, so it wouldn't matter to me. I don't know what anybody else.
I don't think I've ever used the steps.
I used to use the steps when it was a little slick outside, because going from the
Yeah.
parking lot to step down to the ramp, you were worried about slipping.
It's,
And so I would go and I would use the stairs, cause I had something to
Oh,
hold
I know.
on to,
yeah,
you know?
I know Deb Mueller did all the time.
Yeah,
She always used the steps.
yeah, but having a handrail would be nice,
Yeah.
because I
Right.
worry about that too.
I mean, and we can, and you could do it, both ways, per se. At the top of the ramp, you know, I can't tell you the grade without getting out there with a laser and shooting it and telling you how much you're gonna, the
It's
difference gonna
steeper
be.
at the top.
But you could put a handrail on each side of that at the top, and then down one side at the
Mhm.
bottom,
That's-
going down.
That's a
If I,
good
you know what I'm saying, the
Yeah.
east-west at the top of the ramp, coming this way, and then have one turn and come down the ramp.
So kind of like a handrail
Oh,
on the
A
ends,
handrail
yeah,
on each side
Yeah.
at the top.
to grab onto.
And then when they
Yeah.
came down the ramp, they'd have to walk to one side, whatever side you wanted on, it don't make no difference to me.
Probably wouldn't even be that difficult to put on both. but
Yeah, I'd say both, can you put it on both?
Sure, well, yeah,
I would say so.
it'd be
I
Sounds
would say
good.
that'd be.
I mean,
easy.
that's,
Somebody
the
coming
handrail's
this
gonna
way.
add some expense, I can tell you that, that ain't gonna be cheap. But
No.
that's,
I think it's.
I'm not against it, I'm just preparing it.
Yeah, well,
Cause
that's.
you gotta make that out of stainless so we don't have a mess, but.
Yeah, I think that would be a good addition.
That could be money that
Did
you
you say
spent out of the
194
American
for concrete?
Disability Act, it could.
100 and what?
Do you want
94?
me to add more or is
194?
2,000?
You didn't say
No.
that.
64.
64,000 for the concrete. Well, 64,000 was
rebar.
total, concrete and rebar. And I said 287 yards of concrete,
906 rebar.
900 sticks of rebar. Now, that 900 sticks, you're in the 860s or something, but you buy a whole
Give or
bundle.
take, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as far as the handrails, we have $2,000 in the Disability Act. Would that cover the handrails or no?
I would say no, it's probably double that,
4?
yeah.
Cause we used to, I think, budget like 6,000 in there, so is that a reasonable expense
I
to
think
take
so,
out
I
of
can
there?
I can run to the welding shop and get give him a number and get a ballpark, he won't give me an exact, but he'll get me close.
We're using that.
The same ones they're the ones that built the ones that are there now, so.
Yeah. Yeah,
But, and two, it might be I could be mistaken because that had a lot of angles built into it, where this is gonna be a straight run.
Was that in courthouse? What was that?
that's, miscellaneous, I think. Yeah,
Okay. So we'll come back to that, or do you just want me to raise it?
what do you think if we raise it to 5 or?
I'd say if you went to 6, I think that
6?
should cover it.
You guys good with 6?
I think it's important to have it.
And
If
it's
we're gonna redo
something,
it.
this is clear back to Dolores Tilges, but it's something that Joy said, always have something in that line item, because it's always showing that, you know,
You're
we
being
want,
proactive.
we wanna be proactive if something comes up
Right.
to provide for people with disabilities, so never, don't budget for that, even if we don't use it.
Okay. I will change that. Okay, well, I think that's everything for you. Unless you
Sure.
have more, no?
I
It's
don't-
good conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just have to let me know what you guys decide. You wanna wait another year or? get started.
I would think we should do it this summer.
Yeah,
Well, you guys make that decision, I
Well,
don't.
we're gonna budget for it, so
so
let's do it.
let's do it.
Go ahead.
Go,
Okay, I'll
this
start.
is your go.
I will start planning. So, just so I'm clear, we're getting rid of steps. We're putting handrails on both sides.
Yeah.
And I like the idea of the handrail leading up to that,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'd probably go up along and then flare it out to the edges.
Sure.
Yeah.
I will stop, I mean, it'll go to wherever that ramp ends.
Where it flattens out.
And we can't, I mean, you're gonna have to have a little leeway because we can't actually make that until we know what the new grade is,
Yeah.
actual finished grade.
Yeah.
So the concrete's done, so there'll be a little window there,
Yeah, that's fine.
and we are redoing the ramp.
Well,
Yeah.
we're gonna redo the grade and everything, and probably have to redo the ramp.
Well, the ramp itself is not gonna be affected by the grade, we're gonna make the top, you know where them
The
ballards are, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
That transition, that's where the heat stops, is right there. So from there up, the grade would be different, the ramp would stay the same.
Does the ramp itself need to be replaced, or if we just take the stairs out, can we fill in that wall a little bit without?
I think so,
Main ramp?
yes.
but don't you wanna
I
fix
thought you
the
said it was
heating?
getting ice
Yeah,
in it or-
Well, it gets, I mean, you've seen it, I mean,
Yeah.
that ice
Yeah.
builds up at the end, it's just, it don't have no insulation. Yes, it's doing something,
Yeah.
but is it doing it correct? No.
yeah.
Oh,
Mine
if
is,
we're gonna take away stairs,
Yeah.
we need to have that ramp right.
we need to do it right.
Well, I'm just clarifying, so I know what I'm planning for,
Yep.
that's all. You guys tell me, if we're doing the ramp, we're doing everything, I got it. If you want to segment something out, I just need to know.
No, it's easier to have everything torn up once, I'd hate to go
Yeah.
back and be like, oh shoot, we should have done the ramp, you know, it's,
Especially when it's our only handicap accessible
yeah.
entrance, we need to do
I'm
it.
fine.
And I think this will be a big improvement, big improvement.
Yeah, we'll get it. Cause it would make it nicer for when the steps are gone, then it can be a straight thing and it don't look like you patched something in.
Right,
Okay,
okay.
100%.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks, Will.
yeah, I'm real excited.
Thank you.
That's what it sounded like.
Okay, so that
That-
cover courthouse and non-departmental, or what were you thinking
Yeah,
for?
pretty much.
Okay, what did you have different for election center?
Election, just the amount of rent.
Oh, right, okay,
For that.
we already talked
I-
about that.
I will just probably change it to 1,500, just because I don't know what we got last year, let me look at that. 2 years ago. Yeah, back in 23-24, we got 26-25. So what do you want me to put for revenue in there?
I'd say just 1,500, it's okay to have
50,
the rest
That's
yeah.
fine.
done.
Okay.
Start there.
Okay. Alright,
District court at something?
district court was, wages for
Oh,
Deal.
yep,
So I added the 30% to his. I didn't print out new ones cause I wasn't sure what we were gonna do with longevity.
Yeah,
So,
is he 20 hours?
I don't know. So,
If he isn't, could we give him a little extra?
yeah.
If he's one of those that's not included, and
So
that's,
I asked him to change, add the 3%, and so he changed it from 12,660 to 13,000. I don't know how many hours a week he bases that on. I don't know, he's been here a long time.
yeah, and that's why I hesitant on the hours, just because somebody might leave out, but as long as if we are proactive about it and
Compensating
recognize
him, yeah.
that he has been here a long time. I have 1531 written down, is that his current, or would that be his new?
No, his
Right
new would be
now.
1577 is what I had
Okay.
written down.
what?
Wage,
Oh.
coming July.
Would you say 15 what?
77,
That's just 3%.
yes. Okay.
That's in this line?
District court, yeah,
Okay,
I better double check and make sure.
Looks like 16 hours a week,
Yeah,
just some quick simple math.
and I think it all just depends on the week.
sure.
I mean, he has 17 years of service. I mean, could we
Yeah, 17.2, and yes, that
raise it even to? If that 5 cents or whatever years for 20 hours, and then maybe we want to think about 2.5 cents, I mean, you know, just per year, maybe just to give him a boost. Anybody have thoughts on that? Besides me?
or maybe just give him a extra boost in
He's-
his wage. I
he's
don't know how
getting
much
his 3
longer he's gonna be here,
He's
yeah,
getting his
getting
3%.
older, yeah.
Yeah. To go back to the longevity thing, but if we're gonna go and I guess if we're gonna find other ways to compensate people, why didn't we just,
Well, that's why I was leery on the hours.
that's what I'm,
That's why I was leery on the hours, and I was said I didn't wanna say what his name, you know, I didn't wanna make him a
that's fine,
topic,
there's several
but
examples,
he's been here a long time. And I don't know if there's other examples, but I mean, even if I think he is the type of person he's gonna be happy with, and
He
just
is.
a raise.
Mhm.
So, I mean, even if we could just give him a little bit more, so 15.7, I mean, he's at 15.77 with the 3%, maybe we could make him 16 an hour, or something, you know, just to,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Anybody have a problem with just giving him a little extra than the 3%, or do you wanna keep it at 3%?
You say 12, 15 hours a week?
I don't know.
Sammy said
I
12.
just did 13,000 divided by 1577, came to 824 and change, divided that by 52 weeks, and that comes to 15.85, so 16 hours a week. If you,
on average.
simple math.
I was here for the whole thing, and I still, so he's not, we're gonna adjust it just here, he's not gonna get this and longevity, is that correct?
Correct.
Right, we just, maybe the people that aren't at that 20-hour threshold, we just maybe adjust with a little something, I don't know, or we just leave it at the 3%, if that's our intent, I'm like, I don't think there's very many people that
Yeah.
hit this realm, is there?
Well, I don't think, I wasn't going down that path, I was going down the path that you said he probably won't do it much longer or whatever, is that right, did I hear that right?
Yeah, I said I don't know how much longer, I mean, he's way past retirement age, so I don't know.
Bob Big did it.
Yeah, he did it for a long time.
Bob Big was.
You're right, he did, yeah.
Where did, when he did it after Bob Bank,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and where did you advertise, I know did you advertise for the position, or how did it happen, or?
Boy, I wish I could remember.
I have no idea.
I sure wish I could remember. I don't know. I really don't. I can't say.
He used to be a police officer, so maybe
Yeah,
he,
and
I
I
don't know.
think he just kind of, might have just fallen into
Yeah,
it.
I don't know.
Bob was retiring, he was prior retiring
Yeah,
from law enforcement, he just kind of, I
Yeah.
don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm sure Dale could answer that, but I'm sure you remember some, I just don't remember. Really don't. I mean, we're talking about how, you know, I can't remember who it was that made the comment that, you know, if you go, was it Kendall? Something about the hourly wage, you just don't get anybody when it's like $15 an hour. So, I mean, it might even be possible that even when he leaves, we might be saying, well, okay, we gotta raise this a little bit because nobody wants it. Well, would we rather give to somebody who's doing it and does a good job?
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all against raising it to 16 as long as it's not gonna come back to haunt us with 50 other people saying, well, you know, is it gonna come back to haunt us?
Well, this is when we decide.
Yeah,
So,
I
I
mean-
mean, like, we like have the authority to
He's
say
under
what his
you,
wage
he's
is.
directly under you.
You know,
You are
whereas-
his department head, so to
That
speak.
doesn't stop the comments on other ones.
No,
It doesn't,
but-
that's why I asked the question.
But he's definitely not gonna qualify for longevity.
correct.
Yeah.
No,
You need a motion on this, or what?
no, we
No.
just what we put.
Just what you want me to put.
I get behind going to 16, but.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Okay. 16 it is then.
Was that the only thing we had for District 14?
Yes.
Okay. Sheriff, is he coming back over or will
You
he
have-
have to go back over?
You have something for miscellaneous though?
I think it was the Disability Act. one.
Yeah, and I
Oh, that
changed
was,
that, yeah.
okay. Yeah, sheriff,
Yes, so, but I don't know if he was gonna come back over or not, I don't know if I got sheets from him. He was gonna check into the city, how much he was gonna be paying for the law enforcement center.
We probably should call him and see if he can.
Yeah.
I can find that, learn the system.
401.
Nah,
401 it is. Say Roger.
yeah, about
Okay.
there. It's always in a reflection from you. Get a light.
Doesn't look like he's gonna answer. Hey Roger, it's Howard in the boardroom. We were wondering if you could come back over. It's 11:15 right now. He didn't answer.
We could call, Mackenzie, which would probably be 402.
And what, ask her if he's around?
Yeah,
Not him.
I wasn't sure, but. Like,
I had the same thought you. Pretty,
it sounded somewhat similar.
pretty.
This is Mackenzie. Howard Hawes calling from the boardroom over here. Is Roger around or available? Okay. You don't know how long it's gonna be either. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. He's busy with somebody on a case from Wisconsin.
Okay.
We can put him on for next week.
Well, I guess, take 45 minutes with engineer transfer station then, that's the only thing that's left, so.
Yep.
We'll do that and we can break for lunch after that, or we can end, or however you guys want to see how far we get, so.
Sounds good.
I don't know that we had anything for transfer station
Yeah, we did.
specifically, did we?
Yes,
Oh, we did.
we did.
What was that?
He was gonna double check, oh, I have the new ones on longevity and stuff, I
It's
have
Howard,
the new
I
ones.
was wondering if Doug would be available
For
to connect with
transportation.
He,
worker.
well, he had me move some of those
Thank you.
lines, he put them on the wrong line,
Oh, that's right,
remember?
that's right.
So,
Just for expenditure.
yeah, and then he was double checking if they received longevity or not. Just expenses.
For
the
transfer
transfer
station.
Excuse me,
Oh, missed your last page, Howard.
thank you. Just expenses for transfer
Expenses.
station. Page 6.
Sorry.
Roll back real fast.
What changed in here?
We moved the lines to the correct lines, he had them off the line,
Then there were 2 numbers that
and then he was
were shifted.
double checking on longevity. But I see there's no changes on salaries, so.
Well, 245, reductions by 75. So my square feet, divided by 9, and a square yard. By 6 if you're going to 6 instead. It's 340 yards.
Oh, while we're waiting, I forgot one thing I did have,
Mention
I had the folder and I still forgot.
I didn't want to make an issue.
On the county farm lease,
Oh, yeah.
so, his last payment will be March 1st, 2026, which means he'll be renting 26, 27, right? So we have to cancel the lease by
September.
September. So I will have Todd work on that, so we can get that done and then get ready for next year, okay?
Yep.
And when do you bid it traditionally?
Usually,
Before the end of the summer?
last time we did it in October. So,
Can we do it sooner? Better for everybody.
Does it have to be in
Yeah.
October?
No,
well, it has to be after we
After
send the
terminate.
termination now, right?
So then by the time you advertise and all of that, and you have to.
but you can send the termination anytime.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
send the termination.
Hey, if we
tomorrow.
wanted to.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll ask Todd, see what he recommends.
Thank you. If I was tenant, I'd, I don't know, before, as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi Doug.
Yeah, good morning again. Okay, so was that everything for transfer station? We just had those 2 line item changes?
Yeah, Doug, I had made a note that you were gonna check into if that included longevity for transfer station, did you?
I gotta go back and look at a few things.
Okay.
I think I don't believe I had any longevity included in their
Okay,
wage. That was
Okay.
just base.
so you might have to change
You
that.
get
Yeah.
7.4% in the top line items that increase, so
I gotta look. Well, I mean,
is that just overtime?
that would be, yes.
Yeah.
Everything there, so.
Okay,
Now, I gotta look at how their wages were calculated.
okay,
Okay,
and then just changing it to the correct line item.
yep, okay.
Pardon me?
Then I told him the change was just changing the amounts to the correct
Right,
line.
yeah,
Yep,
Page 2.
yep. Okay, so I think we're checking, we're checking into longevity.
He's-
Other than that, I think we're good for transfer station. from what I understand.
I think so,
Okay. Okay, so if we'll go, or continue our conversation on engineer, last week, where we left off was, we spent the afternoon going over the comparisons that Doug had handed to us. And salary requests, how to work out how that proceeds going in the future, I guess, for lack of better words. Yeah. So we can start there.
I guess for the sake of the conversation, would it be better to go through the whole budget so we have our head wrapped around everything and come back to that? I mean, we didn't even go
That'd be
through
just
any line
fine,
items last
yeah,
time.
we didn't even touch the budget, you know, but, certainly salary's an aspect of it. A large aspect of it. But why don't we just, so we get the whole picture of your budget, could we go through the
Sure,
line items and
however you
then,
would like.
we'll discuss things as they come up here. You wanna highlight mostly I guess the changes, and then if the board has questions, we can proceed from there.
Well, for administration, expenditures, my figures are based on 3%
Right.
increases. And I believe that also has the longevity in this, so. With the wage administration, that'd be half of the county engineer's salary. The clerk, the office manager, the FICA, IPERS, health, insurance, life insurance is all what we have been putting in there, and then the supplies and services. I did up that to 7,500. There may be some administration, extra expenses in there, but I just put it up to 7,500, raised it from 6,000. Engineering, again, the other half of the county engineers, salary. Deputies, I'd like to still get a person hired in the office, and that's what the deputies, increase there is. Other help would be summer help, reducing that a little bit, just based on what was paid last year. FICA, IPERS, health, insurance, life insurance is all depending on those wages and employee status. And then just kept the supplies and services consistent with what it was. So, and we do know that we are going to be having a flight, aerial flight, again this year, that we pay a third of that. And that usually comes out of that engineer supplies and services, or out of the administration supplies and services. So that brings us to the bridges and culverts. I increased that slightly just based on some 5-year projections of what we've done over the last 5 years and averages. Then with the FICA, IPERS, again, health insurance, life insurance, try to attribute it to those wages of 56,000. Then $130,000 worth of materials, estimated, kept that the same for slight increase. Roads, put our estimate up to $1.5 million, increase from $1,420,000. The FICA, IPERS, health insurance, life insurance, according to that figure. $2 million on repairs of hard surface roads and the granular surface roads for materials repairs. So that is increased a little bit, 4% is what our figure is. Snow and ice control, I've kept that figure the same for the next budget year. the, FICA, IPERS, health and life to balance that out. Kept everything the same with snow and ice control. Then traffic controls, decrease that a little bit based on a little bit about what I'm seeing for averages. FICA, IPERS, health insurance, trying to attribute everything to those figures. The supplies I did increase just a little bit. We are seeing some increases in what signs, what some of our traffic control is, what the costs are associated with that. Road clearing, with taking care of the road right away. Increase that slightly for our own work. The FICA, the IPERS, health insurance, life insurance that has contributed to that, increased a little bit. And then the dollar amount paid out for chemicals, and then also the road spraying, I kept that the same. For a slight increase in the total. New equipment, I dropped that down to $1.5 million. You have just rough figure showing the need for that. A couple of motor graders. Actually, this totals up to be $4.2 million, but obviously also we cannot replace all this equipment in 1 year. But I would look over the next few years to take care of that. Budget $1.5 million for new equipment. Equipment operations, just increase that slightly. We're still looking for mechanics. FICA, IPERS, health insurance and life insurance according to that figure, trying to get some estimate. Our supplies and services for the equipment operations, I kept that budgeted the same amount, $2.1 million. Tools, materials, and supplies, I've kept that at $50,000 for an estimate. Real estate buildings, up that just a little bit. We've already spent it, pretty much spent $250,000 in our fiscal year we're looking at right now. And then roadway construction, I did increase that to $2 million just for these projects coming up. We've got some resurfacing projects and a culvert replacement. Adds up, this would be what I would figure paying for in the fiscal year 2027. And you have a location map for those that shows it just a little bit over $2 million for that. And here is a location map for those. So you can see we have two locally funded resurfacing projects that will be let in March of this year that I assume will be constructed. Both of those are over by Titanca. there's a box culvert replacement north of Lone Rock, that 893006, and then there's a local funded project that will be let with the resurfacing, the way the scheduling is, the resurfacing in March of 2027. So those would be the local funded projects that are approximately $2 million. In addition to that, just to let you know, I guess, here is just some draft information for bridges that we estimate, and our consultants that do some bridge inspection as well estimate 5 years of life remaining in them. Doug Crouch and I, this is a draft. We need to go through and look a little bit and compare some of our inspection notes. But these are approximately 5 years of life left in them. There's 18 total there. 12 are on gravel roads, 6 are on paved roads. The bridges that are on paved roads, we have 2 of those that are in federal funded bridge replacement projects. We have 1 with the urban renewal, but there's the few that are on the gravel roads that we are concerned about. So we got to keep that in mind as far as what to do with those structures. So that gives you a total expenditures of $12,214,405.
No, that's this year, right?
Excuse me?
Isn't it 1371?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Yes, I'm sorry. $13,071,500. I was looking at the wrong figure. I'm sorry about
No,
that.
no worries.
Revenue then. Continue with approximately $30,000 from land. This would be gravel pit, agricultural properties that we generate revenue from. Sales of fixed assets, I think that we can plan to sell a couple of trucks in the next fiscal year. We estimate road use taxes of $6,767,169. Farm to market extension funds, $62,350. Drainage district repairs have been going down. So I have reduced the expected revenue from that. Miscellaneous contributions from other governments for some materials, $500. Snow removal from Ledyard and Lone Rock, we have 2080 agreements with them. We budgeted an estimate of revenue of $2,500 for that. Fuel purchase, we purchase fuel and sell it back to other departments. We estimate that we'll bring in approximately $100,000 to replace those expenses for purchasing that fuel. Time 21 funding, we estimate that we'll receive $750,240. Moving permits, $25,000. That oversized, that's the all systems permit. Then other moving permits, single trip, oversized, over width, annuals. we estimate that to be, 20,000. Photocopy fees, $500, driveway construction reimbursement, for building driveways, $75,000. Secondary road materials, to, different people, we got $2,500 budgeted on that. Sale of salvage material, scrap iron, estimate 5,000. Compensation loss, general fixed assets, budgeted 5,000, hopefully we don't have any problems, so we don't have to get that. Miscellaneous 15,000. And fuel dividends that we receive from some of the co-ops, estimated $1,500, refund for utilities, estimated 1,000. And then the rural basic, keeping that at 16 7/8 cents, generates $326,927. Rural services, I kept that dollar figure the same as what it was last year, and local option sales tax of $1 million, giving us a total of $11,776,395, short using the balance that we have to take care of what is short.
So you did say for the engineer's office, that did include the longevity?
Yes, I'm sure that is, yes.
Okay. And for the secondary road employees too?
Yes. But it may have been for every 5 years and not every year, that's one thing I got.
Okay.
So.
Are there any other projects you're planning with TIF funds or requesting funds during that? No, that's a conversation.
Once that decision is made as far as funding, then I can give you projects, but I have not done anything for that. I'll put together a 5-year program. And if the board desires to utilize that tool, we can certainly make that available.
A while back, and I could be not remembering this correctly, so it's okay, but I thought you said like, $4.5 million in projects that could possibly come out of the TIF.
I could definitely get that many in.
I thought you said that number one other time when we were talking.
I think could easily.
Okay. Now you came in one day and I thought it was 5, but 4.5,
yeah,
sure.
even 5, yeah.
That you were requesting the board look at for TIF dollars.
Yeah, cause right now we don't have anything budgeted in that line item.
Right.
That's gonna be a big conversation, I
Yep.
think, that we need to have.
Yep. And that'll be a conversation we'll have, and then I guess from there, then we can visit about what projects.
Yeah, and I don't know, just from my perspective, I'd really like to have everything else kind of buttoned up before we look into that TIF, because then that way we know where everything else is
Yep.
as far as where our fund balances are and stuff. Just in case there's any possibility of using a fund balance, for some of it. You know, if we're gonna do an internal loan, or if we're gonna go to the market, whatever. But that kind of, maybe everything else to be buttoned up, I think we'll have a clear view.
Yep, I agree with that, so, yeah, we'll go through the whole budget before we engage in that in the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, is there any place you guys wanna start as far as questions over regarding the numbers that Doug just went over, or,
I'm okay with his numbers that he's presented.
okay,
I don't have any questions.
Anybody else?
The only thing that caught my attention when we were talking, and I gotta go there first, but. Like, the new equipment, lowering it from 2 million to 1.5, like, if we need it, like, why did, and that question, you just wanna know why did you lower it?
Well, just, I don't wanna borrow too much money from the balance, I'd rather lower that balance slower.
Okay.
And what you had given us in the sheet here, 4.2 million. And in
Yeah, that-
3 years, you'd have that replaced if with 1.5 million, theoretically.
Yeah, until
I mean,
that
until-
next machine that needs to be replaced
I know.
is
So
added.
add to the list.
I know, I'm just saying from
Yeah,
that list,
no.
yeah.
It's a never-ending cycle
No.
unless we stop using the equipment.
So is some of it like the $2 million you have budgeted for this fiscal year, is that different equipment than this, that's gonna get, that you want to get replaced, or are some of those things possibly gonna get replaced with that?
That did not include what's already being replaced right now.
Okay. That was my only question.
No doubt this is a ridiculous question, so when I look at total expenditures, 13,071,000. And then I flip back to total revenue, 11,776. Is it stupid for me to ask what makes up that difference, or am I not?
Well, we're gonna, right now I project an ending right around $5.5 million in balance, which, we can definitely reduce, which would end up being, we said last, it was around 4.4, 4.3, I think, after you look at this,
If you
what our balance will
reconcile the
end up,
difference.
which is still comfortable balance for us.
Okay, that was a stupid question, but
No, it's
Yeah,
not, but
yeah, it
that's
was.
kind of what I'm talking
I don't
about
remember what we talked
for the
about last
balances.
week. Okay.
That 4.4 whatever
Yeah.
million would be where we'd end up
At the end
June
of-
30 of 27, right? Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Worst case scenario.
That's if everything gets spent, yes.
Where do you see those balances and all of this?
I just wrote notes when it was said last week.
Yeah, there would be on this sheet.
Yeah, they're not printed on
So, when you look at LFM, that, embarrass myself some more, locally funded
On a farm to market
on a
route,
farm to market, so the L stands for locally funded.
local funded, and
So-
if you see a FM, it means it's on a farm to market route, yes.
Yeah,
And the
so,
other ones are local funded,
I know you've
or local Roberts.
So I know you've talked about this before on a cost per mile, so but that LFM 207 is $1 million for what appears to be 5 miles.
Mhm.
That's basically what it costs. Is that based on
4
this-
miles.
4 miles, excuse me, I
Yeah.
can't count. I don't know how I came up with 5, but I did. So it's 250,000 a mile for those 3 inches, or is that right, or 5 inches, or what was it?
It's 3 inches of asphalt. That particular project, I think that we are also talking about, doing a, cold in place recycling, so I think it comes out a little bit larger than that.
So
that, I
5.
gotta look here quick to see what I give you. That you're talking about the 207
Yes,
project. and
I
that's
just
a-
picked that one out, not for any particular reason.
That's a 4-mile job, and that, I guess, yes, that is a 3-inch overlay, 4 miles, 250,000 per month, yes.
And that covers all your re-shouldering and everything too?
Yes, that would be the whole construction project, yes. All the items on the construction.
And out of, maybe you said, I don't remember, but out of these bridges with 5 years or less of life, are any of these bridges in this budget that you're proposing, or?
Some of them are,
Okay.
yes. You'll notice
On the blacktop.
some Marsh Bridge is, I believe, is on there.
Okay,
In fact, that is the one bridge that has the least amount of life left in it. Then if you go around the corner, that bridge, we're planning on using federal funds to replace it.
okay,
Yes, there are, some of them are, but not all of them.
and only on blacktop,
Is
right?
the one on the north end of the slough in plan for something, where we talk about?
We
federal
do
funds for
have,
that?
we are planning on replacing that one, yeah, it's in our 5-year program.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's rough shape.
Okay. Any other questions on general numbers of things, or do we wanna move back to salary discussion, or what time even is it here?
11:50.
11:50, 10 minutes? Okay,
We should talk about you got some time, let's talk about the salaries, the wages.
okay. Yeah. You can yell at me and say this isn't a good idea, anybody, but, like earlier,
We won't
but,
yell at you.
no, you're fine. When we were looking at the office manager position, we have 2 office manager positions in the county that were proposed, wanting a different, more significant change than the rest of the department maybe. Is that something, it's just an honest question, is that something where we have 3 office managers in the county, should all of them be a comparable salary together in that position? Or no, or, do you know what I'm saying? You know, like the clerks are all on one level, should an office manager, I'm just asking.
I would be cautious to do that, since they are 3 totally different departments with
Yep,
totally different, probably jobs.
well, sure,
You know what I mean?
sure,
I would hesitate with that.
Sheriff, conservation, and engineering.
Yep.
right,
And we did set the wage for the sheriff's office manager with a resolution last year. We've never done anything like that with the engineer's office. I suggested it last year and we didn't do it.
well, when we rehired,
What's that?
when we rehired that position.
For the sheriff's
Yeah,
office.
For the sheriff's office,
position,
we
yeah.
did do we did a resolution.
Well, for the very same reasons that you just said, Amber, of the differences in the job and responsibilities, I think that's also one of the things I would have difficulty with comparing to some of the other positions that position has been compared to in discussions here, because I don't know that they're all the same. I could go into detail at any time, but if we're gonna put the classification on the same schedule, I could see some benefits to that potentially. But if we're looking at each position as an individual position and the responsibilities associated with that, then I think we need to also look at the other positions that we're discussing for comparisons. And how they correlate or don't correlate.
Yeah, and I was not saying this is how I want it to be, this is a question of, I don't know if that was a good route to go or not. So, cause that ties in with what we're talking about. My second thought, and then those are my only two thoughts after mulling things over the last week, on that engineer's office positions in general is, I think, I'm not a fan of having the entire office be tied to the engineer's salary. That is my opinion. And I think each office has a deputy for a reason. If Tammy goes and gets hit by a car and she's not with us anymore, she has a deputy, that can fill her role as county auditor for the foreseeable future. If something happens to Doug, and Lisa does a great job, but Lisa's not going to be the next county engineer. And that's just a given. So I would have a hard time just treating all employees in the engineer's office as someone who would then fill that role as a deputy, the acting county engineer per se. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and I know that I had brought up the fact that might be why you're saying that maybe, that before they were kinda kept the same. I was always told that it was because the office manager is the confidant of the engineer, which is similar to a deputy position. I'm just saying that's the way it was.
Sure.
It just looks like she has kind of fallen behind some. When you consider, I know we're giving longevity, so I'm hesitant to say this, but when you consider people's years of service, I would have, I have a little bit of a problem with that, like,
Problem with what?
a problem with, I don't think a new person should start off at the same salary or within a year. But that's okay, that's our step system, that's the way you guys have, and so I'll honor that. But I do have a problem with that, maybe not as much anymore if we are going to do longevity. I do think that separates some out a little bit, which I do think is fair. I honestly don't think if you've been here 20 years, somebody who's been here 2 should make the same as you, period. Don't care if you agree with me, don't care if you don't. I just feel like, honestly, in looking at it, in terms of just Lisa so far, it seems like she has kind of fallen behind. That's my opinion.
Well, I guess I'll go into more detail on what I started before, but I don't think a deputy in the auditor's office is directly comparable to office manager in the secondary roads department. And the first couple examples, I would say, I think Carter hit the nail on the head with a catastrophic accident. But, the other thing is, there's been law changes that have affected the auditor's office as far as elections with federal charges if things are done wrong. I think there's a lot more things that separate those positions now than there maybe was 5 or 10 years ago. And I think the pay has reflected that to some degree.
And I would say that, yes, if something does happen to Tammy, and Tammy is, and I'm sorry, I'm using you,
That's
if you
okay.
pass away,
Mhm.
say you pass away, it's handled differently than if Tammy's just in the hospital.
Right.
That's when a deputy steps in. If something happens to Tammy and she is no longer with us, I believe it's the treasurer that steps in and
Correct.
is the auditor at that time. So, not really,
No, if there's a chief, if I have a first deputy, that first deputy would take over until you guys decide if you're gonna appoint
Appoint.
or elect.
okay, I'd have to read the code on that, but, there, I still think that we're getting away from, obviously the job duties are going to be different from the engineer's office to the auditor's office, and some aspects are the same. They handle payroll, they handle claims for the transfer station. There's some duties that align with duties in the auditor's office. I'm sorry, but the duties in the treasurer's office are different from the duties in the auditor's office. The duties in the recorder's office are different from both of them. So you can't say that all of those people are doing the exact same job, because if they were, we wouldn't need so many of them. They are not doing the exact same job. So, I don't know, I feel like I honestly, I'm just gonna put it out there, don't care if you wanna hear it, don't care if you do. I feel like the engineer's office has been treated unfairly. I feel like they have fallen behind because of decisions made here. We can't go back, but we don't have to keep doing that. And I do feel like there has been decisions made based upon personal feelings. And that, I feel that is wrong. I'm one person. But I feel there's been some injustice.
I will say, you know, the office manager of the engineer's office, is also the designated employee representative for Kossuth County as far as, substance abuse. And over the last few years, there have been changes in law as far as clearinghouse requirements and what needs to be done with the substance abuse. And so the office manager of the Kossuth County Engineer's Office has things that are required of her as well as election laws that were brought up earlier. And those are requirements as well. And no, they're not exactly the same. They're not exactly the same positions, however, they do a lot of the same jobs. And yes, the history over the last few years, which I printed out and gave to the board last year as far as, last week, in fiscal year 2022, some of the same people that are now making 67, 65, 69, we're making right around that 47, 50, 56.
At least our office manager was making $48,500. And now this year, the Kossuth County Engineer's Office Manager is $57,200. And I would ask the board also to remember that the Kossuth County Engineer's Office Manager works 38 hours a week. If you look at just the hourly wage compared to some of the other deputies, there's almost 10, I mean, it's somewhere $7 to $10 difference per hour. So,
Yeah, I mean, the hours worked as a whole can of worms, that could be discussed for everything.
how so?
It's a deep subject.
The office manager of the Kossuth County Engineer's Office, she works 38 hours a week.
Yeah, I'm not
She takes
disagreeing with that
a
at all.
30-minute lunch here from 8 to 4.
Yeah, I'm not critiquing that at all.
I would hope that it would be taken into consideration.
I don't know how long into lunch hour you guys wanna go, but, I think initially, my point of having the office in general tied to the county engineer's salary, is that something, if we can start there at least with that, is that something that the board is wanting to get back to? Is that something that the board is not in favor of? I already shared my opinion, so I don't need to share
I
more,
would not support.
but I just wanna know, where is the board at on that in particular?
So is it a percentage now?
No.
No,
I would like to just show you, this is from the Iowa Department of Transportation, how they compensate their
That's how it was.
At the DOT.
their engineers. But at the top there, you can see they have, what is called the DOT calls it a Transportation Engineer Associate qualification. It requires that the employee have a degree, 4-year degree from a school, and they would be registered as a engineer in training, an engineer intern with the state of Iowa. It's a non-exempt position. They call it pay grade 31. And it begins with a salary of $65,520, and it can go as high as $101,462. If you compare that to what the Kossuth County Secondary Road Department, we call it a transportation engineer in training. Again, a degree in engineering, an engineering intern, and we say 50% to 60% of the salary of the county engineer, and that equals $55.20 to $91,266. So it starts out a little bit higher than what the DOT is, but it doesn't get as high as what the DOT is either. The DOT, this is a step program. They don't, they get paid on qualifications, and they get paid for their years of service, and it's all in those steps, experience. The next position on the DOT is what they call a transportation engineer. That would be a licensed professional engineer, newly licensed. It's a non-exempt, federal labor standard status. They call it pay grade 33. That has beginning at $72,238, and it goes through $111,238. The next one is transportation engineer specialist, pretty much a design engineer, not necessarily, doing anything but design, but they call that a transportation engineer specialist. That'd be a professional engineer license, that is an exempt, and it's a pay grade 35, beginning at $79,601, and it would go through $122,428. Similar to our engineering 2, which is a professional engineer, we have that at 55% to 70% of the engineer's salary, which would be $83,660 to $106,477 per year. And then an executive assistant, that is somebody who would be serving something like a district engineer. The district engineer is what is a public service executive, executive assistant, an assistant engineer in the district office. They got a pay grade 41, that's $112,985 to $160,680. And then the district, the public service executive, their salary is $124,051 to $176,384. So if you look at the 3 engineering positions that Kossuth County has, the transportation engineer 3 is probably a little bit low compared to the executive assistant. But my point is, the Department of Transportation, as I said last week, I think anybody, people that are educated, licensed, licensed to do their job, they have steps, they have ranges that their salary is tied to. And I am willing to listen at an alternative, what is being discussed by the board, but I think that you have to have a range of salary for those positions.
And that's fine, I think my question was, do we want it tied to your salary, or the county
That's
engineer's
fine.
salary, that was my question. So I mean, that information's fine,
But I guess if it's not, I would like to hear what the proposal would be.
okay.
So I'm gonna step back or away a little bit
Sure.
from that. So each of these positions listed on the budget expenditure sheet are individual positions now in the office. So the top one says 78,000.
That is the administrator, which is the county engineer position. In the administrative part of that budget, there is
So the part,
That'd be half of his salary, is
Okay.
the short answer.
okay,
The other half
the
is
other
the
half's the next page
section.
and it's in engineering versus administration.
Correct.
Okay,
And then the clerks in the engineering, the 7010, the clerks, the deputies, that would be, the engineering assistants.
Three of them?
3 of them.
Doug, do you know how many total engineers the DOT has for each of these classifications?
I do not know.
Is that something we can find out?
I could certainly ask.
That would be valuable information to me, I guess. I looked up and I was trying to compare to see how many miles of road they have since we talked about that, and it looked like a quick search online was about 25,000 miles
The DOT.
for the DOT.
For the state,
for the state, yep. I mean, can't say that's 100% accurate, but that was a 2-second Google AI search.
Sure.
So, I think that was from information they published.
Nobody seems to jump on my questions, so
I know,
where do you,
I don't know what to say, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know how I feel about it 100% sure.
that's fine.
Was it, like, has it always been? Like Doug, when you were one of the assistants and Richard was the engineer, was this always the same way? It was, he had a scale and it
that's
was
how
a
we
percent?
created it, yes.
So when I look at this 3-page thing that talks about the TE 1, 2,
The job description.
yeah, the pay range is not there, is it, or am I missing it?
No, it is not.
And so where is that at? Okay, I saw that sheet too, thanks, Em.
Okay,
I saw that. Yep,
there's a sheet has some yellow on it.
right,
Find
for
it
two,
right.
for two separate years, yep,
Looks like this.
I saw that, yeah.
Okay.
What I did with the,
I think it's this
I
one.
got, here it is.
So, you know, I kinda feel like it's okay to have a scale because as, you know, I'm sure that helped Doug when he came in as engineer, cause there was a scale prior to him. As Doug leaves, there's a scale. I think it helps, I think it's a good transition. It makes it a little bit easier.
To be honest,
Yeah, I'm not
I
opposed
wish
to a scale.
every department was like that, I wish my department was like that, it'd be cleaner and easier to follow.
It is, and it used to kinda sorta be that way when it was, okay, you were a clerk, you started at 50%. After so long, you were at 55, then 60, and you just moved your way up, but you didn't get past a certain percentage till that first deputy was gone. And then the next person could move up, I mean, it used to be that way. It's complicated because not all of these job descriptions are the same.
Exactly.
They're not. You can't say the recorder's office, treasurer's office, and auditor's office do the same work. They absolutely do not.
I'm not trying to stifle discussion or anything, but
No,
at
no,
what
no,
point do you
it's fine.
want to
I don't,
break or,
I mean, I can keep working, I have to be home by about 2 o'clock.
okay,
I'm not saying you have to go tell them,
Yeah.
but that at 2 o'clock is when I have to be home.
I'm not going till 2 without stopping for lunch.
Well, no, and I didn't suggest that, I'm just saying for my circumstances, I have to be home by 2. Can we at least go till 12:30?
Okay.
That's 15
15
minutes,
minutes?
I mean, is that
Okay.
fair?
that's fine, we'll go 15 minutes and break at 12:30.
I mean, I don't know, honestly, I don't know, I don't know if we'll ever get anywhere.
Well, I think the problem is, there's a level of wanting to set it's 3% or it's 4% or whatever, and then, well, if we veer here, then we're gonna have to veer over here, and then we're gonna have to veer over here, and so that, okay, I think that's maybe part of the contention is, and I'm not opposed to being consistent across the board for salary raises, it's just, you are gonna open up other discussions. And so, if we're gonna go with the scale, I think that's the problem, is then certain people in the engineer's office or any other office, if you're gonna go by scale, they're gonna end up getting a different amount percentage-wise of a raise, and
But that's what happens in other departments too, so that's why, I mean, yeah, it does, I mean, You go back and you figure wages and you look at people, I mean, there are people that have gotten $15,000 increases. And then, okay, well, here, you get 3%. I mean, I'm sorry, it has happened. I know it's hard, there's so many facets of government where it's hard to be completely, okay, this is the way it is. It is hard to do that, because there's so many different things. Just look at the longevity, we're doing a good thing, but look at the questions it pose. I mean, there's just so many different things to look at. But I want to be fair, you know, I want it to be fair to a point in all departments. Engineer's office, I mean, let's face it, you don't be the Kossuth County engineer on a high school diploma, you know, or any of his other positions, all the engineers in training, whatever they're called, they have to have those qualifications, you know, and I'm not saying anything bad about the people who come in here and do a great job with a high school diploma, but I'm saying that office is more of a professional office where you need that professional training regardless. Kossuth County's been lucky to where we have had some really good engineers come in right out of college, stay a few years, have moved on to make wonderful careers in their engineer life. We've also had some that have just stayed, and that experience is a very good thing for us. We're very fortunate. They wanted to stay.
Oh yeah, I think that's why the salaries are the way they, I mean, the county engineer is the highest paid employee in the county, that's why, cause I can't go and be the county engineer. That's-
No, plus, I mean, we have one also that has been here many
time.
years. How many years you been here, Doug? From when you started here? You were
39.9.
young when you started here. So I mean, he's been here a very long time. With that is going to come wages. We can't discount years of service, you know, in that. I mean, these people are staying. They're not getting it. You know, they're not getting year 7 at year 1. You know, they're staying, and that's the reason why they're getting those wages. I just think that's a benefit for all of us. And, you know, I think the one question that gets asked all the time, and I don't know, I must feel like being the devil's advocate today, but I'm gonna ask it. So one of the things that gets brought up all the time is, Doug, why do you have that many engineers? People say that all the time. Tell us.
So that they can design and inspect all the construction projects that Kossuth County Secondary Roads takes care of. We do bridge inspection, our office, you compare us with our, the comparisons of the administration and engineering with other counties. We're not the greatest, we're not the least. But when you start looking at our cost per mile of road, per area, per square mile,